Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. There's something wrong with the house on Grief Hollow Road. Everyone in town knows it, even if they never speak of it aloud. They know it in the way children cross the street to avoid walking past it. They know it in the way birds refuse to nest in the trees surrounding it, and in the way the grass grows too high in the yard, even when it's cut. They know it from the smell. Faint, metallic, almost like blood beneath wet leaves, that never quite fades from the wind on that side of town. No one lives there, no one stays there. But today, someone was moving in. The moving truck had backed up to the gravel driveway at dawn, tires crunching over broken glass and twigs. The sky above was gray, the kind of gray that made everything look faded. The house, tall and narrow with chipped green siding and too many windows, loomed like a skeletal thing watching. When the truck doors creaked open, a man stepped out first, late 30s, lean, dressed like someone trying to look confident. His name was Jonah Thorne, and he had no idea he had just bought a graveyard with walls. He didn't come alone. From the passenger door came his daughter Elsie, 14, pale, too quiet for her age, her eyes deep set and dark. Scanned the house with something between fascination and revulsion. She tugged her coat tighter around herself, even though it wasn't cold. Then came the dog, an old German shepherd named Remus. He hesitated before stepping out, nose twitching furiously, low growl caught in his throat. Jonah didn't notice. He was already unlocking the front door. The town hadn't seen anyone try to buy the place in almost 15 years. The real estate agent, nervous and jittery, had said as much, while offering a price so low it should have made Jonah suspicious. But he was desperate. Newly divorced. Bank account bleeding. He needed a fresh start. Something about the house had called to him. He told himself it was the space, the privacy. But deep down, there was another reason he never dared speak aloud. It felt like the house had been waiting for him. The movers didn't stay long. By noon, the truck was gone. They'd hurried through the job, eyes low, voices hushed. One of them left behind a dolly and didn't come back for it. Jonah waved as they pulled away. No one waved back. Inside, the house was much bigger than it looked from the street. The ceilings were high, the walls wood, paneled and cold. The furniture from their old apartment looked shrunken and out of place. Elsie had already retreated to her room upstairs, the one she picked because it had a window that looked out over the woods. Remus paced the hallway on the first floor, whining softly. Jonah stood in the center of the living room, hands on hips, and took a deep breath. "You're going to be fine," he said aloud. The house disagreed. That night, the first dream came. It wasn't Jonah's. It was Elsie's. She dreamed of a hallway, endless and dark. The walls dripped with something thick and black, and the floor squelched beneath her feet. She heard footsteps behind her, but didn't dare turn around. Every time she passed a door, it creaked open a sliver. Just a sliver. As if something inside was watching her, deciding whether it was hungry enough. She woke up gasping, heart hammering. The room was cold, freezing, though the heat had been on. She looked toward the window. Frost had grown on the inside of the glass in crooked, spiraling patterns. Her breath fogged the air. Something creaked overhead. She lay still and listened. Another creak, not the house settling.
No.
It was heavier, like a step. Remus barked from downstairs, then whimpered. Then silence. She didn't sleep again that night. Downstairs, Jonah sat in the kitchen with a half-empty bottle of wine, staring at the wall. He didn't remember falling asleep, didn't remember the sound that had woken him. A scraping noise. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails on drywall. He stood and walked to the source. The hallway by the basement. There was nothing there. But the basement door was open a crack. He didn't remember leaving it that way. The basement light didn't work. He fumbled for the flashlight in the drawer and stepped down the stairs, the beam flickering with each step. Cobwebs danced in the corners. The concrete floor was stained in patches. A workbench stood at the far end. Something shifted in the dark near it, too fast for him to see clearly. He swung the light toward it. Nothing. Just an old tarp crumpled on the ground. But there were footprints, wet ones, barefoot, leading away from the bench and up the stairs, his stairs. The ones he just walked down. He didn't go back up right away. The next morning was worse. Elsie didn't want to eat. She was pale, eyes bloodshot, twitchy. She said she felt watched. Said she kept seeing someone standing at the edge of the woods. A man, tall, wearing something old-fashioned. When Jonah looked, there was no one there. Just fog curling through the trees. "You've been through a lot," he told her gently. "It's just stress." She didn't answer. But later, when she went upstairs, she locked her door. She'd never done that before. By that evening, things had escalated. The dog refused to enter the living room. He stood at the threshold, hackles up, teeth bared. Jonah tried dragging him in by the collar. Remus yelped like he'd been burned and tore free, running to hide beneath the stairs. Jonah examined the room. Nothing out of place. Nothing obvious. But then he looked at the fireplace. It was bricked over. Had been for decades. Probably. But now there were scratches on the bricks. Faint, but visible. Claw marks. Small ones, like a child had tried digging their way out. He didn't tell Elsie. That night, Jonah couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the basement again. The footprints. The shifting shape. Around 3:12 a.m., he heard something whisper his name. Not from outside. Not from the hallway. From the vent above his bed. He moved to the couch downstairs, but it didn't help. He woke up with scratches on his forearm. Not shallow ones. The next day, the mirrors stopped reflecting normally. It started with the bathroom mirror. When Elsie brushed her teeth, her reflection didn't match her. It blinked when she didn't, tilted its head too far, smiled too long. She screamed. Jonah came running. The mirror looked normal by then. But the next time he looked, really looked, he saw something behind his own reflection. A shape, a figure, watching him through the glass. He punched the mirror. It cracked. The cracks didn't bleed, but they should have. On the fourth night, Elsie tried to run away. Jonah found her half a mile into the woods, barefoot, in her pajamas. She was shaking, lips blue, eyes wide and unfocused. She said she didn't remember leaving. Said she heard her mother's voice calling her from the forest. Her mother was in California, 3,000 miles away. He held her, whispering it was okay, but it wasn't. There were footprints in the snow behind her. 2 sets. One hers. The other too big. The next morning, the attic door was open. Jonah didn't even know the house had an attic. The string to pull it down hadn't been there before. He swore it. But now, it hung in the middle of the hallway like a noose. When he climbed up, the air grew thick and hot. Dust swirled in angry spirals. Old dolls lined the shelves. Dozens, all staring, all identical, all missing their left eyes. And in the center of the attic floor was a small, child-sized mattress. Fresh, unsoiled, warm. He left the attic door open after that. He didn't have the strength to close it. By the end of the first week, the house had taken its toll. Elsie stopped speaking entirely. Remus wouldn't eat. Jonah had begun to lose time, whole hours vanishing from his memory. He found strange drawings on the walls he didn't remember making. Symbols, circles, words in a language he didn't know. The phone never worked. The clocks all froze at 3:12. Every single night. And worst of all, the thing that truly began to break him was the whispering. It never stopped. It came from the vents, from the sink, from beneath the floorboards. Sometimes it sounded like Elsie. Sometimes like his ex-wife. Sometimes like a voice he remembered from his own childhood. The one he thought was imaginary. Back when the shadows under his bed would move on their own. He tried to leave. Of course he did. Packed the car, grabbed Elsie, didn't even lock the house. But when they reached the main road, the car died completely. No signal, no passing cars, no houses. The road twisted in directions it hadn't before. Trees where there hadn't been trees. He drove for hours. Ended up back in the driveway. The house was waiting. Jonah didn't cry until that night. He sat on the floor in the hallway outside Elsie's room, back against the wall, knees to chest. The lights were off. He was too afraid to turn them on now. Every time he did, the shadows seemed to get longer. It was then that Elsie opened her door and whispered, "Dad, he's in my closet." Jonah looked at her eyes, and realized that whoever was standing there wasn't his daughter. Jonah didn't move for a long time. He just stared at the girl standing in front of him, her eyes too still, her face too calm. It was subtle, barely noticeable if you weren't already afraid. But he was terrified, because it wasn't just her expression. It was the way she stood, perfectly straight, arms dangling at her sides like someone had posed her there. And her voice, when she spoke again, something about it was wrong. It was flatter than usual, emptier, like someone doing an impression of his daughter from memory. "There's someone in my closet," she said again. Jonah's mouth was dry. "Come here." She didn't move, just stared. "Elsie, come here." Still nothing. Her head tilted, just slightly, just enough to make his stomach twist. Then, all at once, she turned and walked back into her room. Slow, deliberate, not a single wasted motion. Jonah scrambled to his feet and followed, heart in his throat. The room was dark, but he could see the open closet across from the bed. The door was wide, shadows pooled like oil inside. Elsie stood in front of it. Jonah reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. It was ice cold. "I'm here," he whispered. She didn't answer. "Do you see someone?" he asked. She nodded once, very slowly. Jonah stepped forward, trying to shake the fear from his limbs. "There's no one there, Elsie. It's just a closet." "No," she said. "He's not in the closet anymore." Jonah froze. And then the door behind them slammed shut. He spun around, heart pounding. No one was there, but he could hear something, movement, just past the edge of the light. Not footsteps, something softer, dragging, like bare skin across carpet. Jonah reached out to the lamp on the bedside table and flicked it on. It didn't work. The bulb hummed but didn't glow. A low whine buzzed in the walls. Elsie, or the thing that looked like her, turned to him slowly. "You shouldn't have come here," she said in a voice that wasn't hers. Jonah backed away, breath short. "Stop it," he said, voice cracking. "Whatever this is, stop it right now." But Elsie was gone. She was still standing there, but the moment shattered. Her shoulders slumped, and her knees buckled as if she were waking from a trance. Her mouth opened in a silent scream before she collapsed onto the floor. Jonah dropped beside her, shaking, checking her pulse, her breath. She was alive. Her skin burned with fever. When her eyes fluttered open, she looked up at him like she didn't recognize him. "Daddy," she whispered. "Why are you crying?" He couldn't speak. He pulled her into his arms, held her until her breathing slowed. He carried her to his room and locked the door behind them, shoving a chair under the knob. They didn't sleep. He sat on the bed beside her all night, clutching a baseball bat he found in one of the moving boxes. The house creaked around them, but the closet remained closed, and then around 3:12 a.m. the voices returned. It started like static, quiet, distant, then grew. They whispered just beneath the sound of the wind outside, like someone murmuring through glass. Jonah couldn't make out words, but he knew they were talking about him. He stood, bat ready, and paced the room. Elsie whimpered in her sleep, twisting beneath the blankets. Every time he looked away, the closet door seemed to be open just a little more. By morning, he was unraveling. The coffee tasted like dirt. The water came out of the faucet brown for a full minute before clearing. The mirrors still didn't work. His reflection looked more tired than he felt. more drained. He noticed details now. Like how the wallpaper near the baseboards seemed to move, almost like it was breathing, or how the cracks in the ceiling formed letters if you stared long enough. He stopped looking. That afternoon, Jonah finally called someone, a handyman named Clark who lived on the edge of town. Clark had fixed up dozens of homes in the area, though he never touched the one on Grief Hollow Road. When he answered the phone and heard Jonah's address, there was a long pause. "You live there now?" Clark asked, voice tight. "Yes, I just moved in." Clark didn't respond right away. "Then I'll come. Don't go into the basement." What? Just don't. And don't let your daughter go up into the attic again. I didn't tell you about. I'll be there before sunset." He hung up. Jonah stood there for a long time, staring at the phone. The silence in the house thickened around him like smoke. Something scuttled across the ceiling above. Remus barked from under the stairs but didn't come out. Elsie hadn't spoken since the night before. When Clark finally arrived, it was already growing dark. He was a tall man in his 60s, gray, bearded, with arms like iron. He stepped inside and flinched immediately. "You feel that?" he asked. Jonah nodded. Clark didn't ask for a tour. He walked straight into the living room, staring at the bricked over fireplace. Then he dropped to his knees and pressed a hand against the bricks. "This wasn't sealed properly." "What do you mean?" "I mean something's still coming through." Clark stood and pulled a bundle of sage from his coat pocket, lighting it with a small torch. He muttered something under his breath as he moved through the room, smoke curling in the air. The walls seemed to hum. At one point, the flames dimmed, and the sage went out. Clark swore and relit it. "You need to leave this place," he said. "Now." "I tried. The road, I know. It doesn't let people go, not once they've fed it." "Fed it?" Clark's face turned grim. "This house was built on bones. A family lived here in the late 1800s. The Marrows. Husband, wife, 5 kids. One by one, the kids died. Illness, accidents, disappearances. No graves, just gone. Then the mother vanished. The father was found hanging in the attic. But the strange thing is," he stopped himself, eyes narrowing. "What?" "The town records say none of them ever left the house." Jonah felt the temperature drop again. "They say this place eats people, changes them, turns them inside out, not physically, but slowly, quietly." Jonah opened his mouth to speak, but there was a loud crash from upstairs. Elsie. They ran. Her bedroom door was open, swinging gently. She wasn't inside. The window was open. Curtains fluttered. Clark leaned out, looked down. "She's in the backyard." Jonah didn't wait. He bolted down the stairs and out into the cold. The grass crunched under his feet. Fog had rolled in, thicker than ever. He saw her, just a glimpse, at the edge of the woods, standing perfectly still. "Elsie!" he shouted. She didn't move. He ran. But I don't want you to run, dear listener. If haven't subscribed to my channel yet, I would like the appreciation if you do subscribe and hit that like button before falling asleep. So back to the story. She didn't move. He ran. Behind him, the house groaned, long and low, like something alive stretching its limbs. Clark shouted something he couldn't make out, but he was already at the tree line. He reached for her, and then she turned. Her eyes were pitch black. No iris, no white, just black. Her mouth opened, and the voice that came out was not hers. "You should have let her go." Jonah stumbled backward. She stepped toward him, slow and unnatural. Then Clark was there, shoving him aside, throwing a powder at the girl's feet. A sizzling sound burst through the air, and she screamed. A sharp, piercing sound that made Jonah's ears bleed. She collapsed, and the woods went quiet. They carried her inside. Clark laid her on the couch and lit candles around her, forming a circle. She was breathing, but barely. He muttered prayers, hands trembling. Jonah sat beside her, head spinning. "You said it's feeding," Jonah said. "What does that mean?" Clark looked at him. "It needs fear. It grows when you're afraid, and your daughter's full of it." Jonah felt sick. So how do we stop it? Clark didn't answer right away. You don't, he said finally. But maybe we can bind it. Bind it, trap it again. Keep it from getting stronger. How? Clark looked toward the fireplace. We need to open it up. Jonah's blood went cold. Why? Because that's where it was buried. The first piece. And something's been digging from the inside. And then, right on cue, from deep inside the bricked fireplace, came the unmistakable sound of knocking. From the other side. The sound wasn't a knock. Not really. It was something softer, wetter. Like the thump of a clenched fist against damp earth. It came in sets of 3, steady and slow, with just enough time between each strike to let the silence crawl back in. Jonah stood frozen in front of the fireplace, listening as Clark crouched by the hearth, his hands shaking despite his years. The bricks, sealed tight when Jonah moved in, now looked different. Not structurally, but in tone. They were darker than the rest of the wall, damp in places. One in particular had a crack running through it now, long and jagged like a vein. We shouldn't do this, Jonah said, swallowing hard. Clark didn't respond at first. He was busy dragging the couch out of the way, eyes never leaving the hearth. It's already started, he said. It doesn't matter if we want to stop. The house knows we're trying to fight it now. Jonah turned to look at Elsie, who still lay unconscious on the floor behind them, surrounded by melted candles and salt rings. Her skin was paler than it had been just an hour ago. Her lips were starting to take on a bluish tint. He couldn't lose her. Not after everything. Not to this place. Then what the hell do we do? He asked. Clark stood, wiped his hands on his jeans, and picked up a heavy crowbar from the tool bag he'd brought with him. We dig. He began to pry at the bricks, one at a time, with painful effort. They weren't held in by mortar. They crumbled away too easily, like they'd been placed there as an afterthought. As if whoever sealed the fireplace never truly intended to keep anything out, only to hide something within. The first brick clattered to the floor with a hollow thud. A gust of foul, smelling air burst from the opening, damp, moldy, and ancient. Jonah gagged and stumbled back. Clark just muttered something under his breath and kept pulling. The hole widened, revealing not a chimney, but something else entirely. There was no flue, no soot-stained walls, just a black, yawning crawl space, barely 3 feet deep and 4 feet wide, and inside it, a wooden box. It looked like a coffin, child-sized, rotted at the corners and bound in rusted iron bands. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, the wood warped and blistered around each mark like the symbols had been burned into it. The knocking had stopped. Jonah's voice cracked. Is that? Yes, Clark said grimly. It's the root. He crawled halfway into the hearth, sweat dripping from his brow, and began to pull the box free. It didn't want to move. The air around it fought him, pressure growing, temperature rising. The closer he got, the louder a low humming became, building behind their ears like static pressed against their skulls. Then Jonah saw it, a handprint, burned into the inside of the lid, not a child's hand, much bigger. Clark, don't open it. I have to, he grunted. No. Listen to me. But it was too late. With one final yank, Clark freed the box and dragged it into the center of the room. The moment it cleared the hearth, the house shuddered. Not just a tremor, something deeper. The chandelier above rattled violently. The windows fogged over in an instant. Upstairs, something began to run. Heavy footsteps thundered back and forth, shaking the floorboards. Clark snapped the iron bands free with the crowbar and slowly lifted the lid. Inside was no body, no skeleton, no bones. Just a bundle of hair, black and matted, soaked through with something dark. Underneath it was a mask, pale, wooden, and crudely carved. It had no features, just 2 eye holes and a slit for a mouth. The moment Clark touched it, every candle in the room blew out at once. Elsie sat bolt upright. Jonah jumped back in shock, watching as her head turned sharply toward the fireplace. Her eyes, They weren't black this time, but white. Blank and glowing, like something shone through them from behind. She opened her mouth, but no sound came. Instead, her jaw cracked unnaturally wide, and the sound of howling wind rushed out. High, pitched and shrieking, like the cry of something being torn apart. Clark dropped the mask and began to chant, louder this time, frantically, his voice shaking. We bind you to the root, we seal you in the hollow, we speak your name no longer. But the mask was moving. It slid across the floor, slowly, toward Elsie. Jonah grabbed it and threw it back into the box. What is this? He screamed. Clark stood, panting. It's not from here, not from this world. That mask, it's a face! It was used in rituals by the Marrows. A vessel. It held something inside, something they thought they could control. Jonah looked down at Elsie, now convulsing on the floor, her mouth foaming, her nails digging into the carpet. They didn't control it, Clark said. It controlled them. Suddenly, the front door burst open. Wind rushed in. The fog from outside poured into the room like smoke from a fire, and through it something stepped in. It wasn't human. It had the shape of a man, but its proportions were wrong. Too tall, shoulders too narrow, legs that bent the wrong way. Its face, if you could call it that, was smeared in shadows, but its eyes burned like coals. It stared at the mask, then at Elsie, then at Jonah. Clark raised the crowbar, teeth clenched. It's here for her. No, Jonah said, stepping between the thing and his daughter. She didn't do anything. She's marked, Clark snapped. The moment she stepped foot in this house, it chose her. The thing took a step forward. Its movements were jerky, twitching like a puppet with tangled strings. The wind howled louder, slamming doors and windows throughout the house. Picture frames crashed from the walls. Upstairs, the ceiling groaned as something heavy dragged itself across the floorboards. Clark threw salt in a circle around Elsie. We can hold it off, for a while, but we need to burn the root. The mask, yes. Jonah hesitated. Won't that release it? No, Clark said. It'll trap it. If we burn the mask while it's watching, it gets pulled back in. Jonah reached for the box, but the thing lunged. Clark met it mid-leap, the crowbar catching it in the side. The force sent Clark flying across the room, crashing into the wall with a sickening crunch. Jonah didn't think. He grabbed the mask, ran to the fireplace, and shoved it back into the box. He reached for Clark's torch. The thing screeched, a sound so loud Jonah's vision went white. He lit the torch. Flames licked the edges of the mask. At first, nothing happened. Then the mask screamed. The entire room shook. The air went thick. The walls bled. Black ooze poured from the seams of the floorboards. The creature spasmed violently, limbs flailing, body twisting like it was being pulled in two directions. It stumbled backward toward the hearth, and then, with a final deafening roar, it imploded. Gone. The wind died. The candles flickered back to life. The fog pulled back, sucked out of the house like smoke up a chimney. The air smelled of ash and old rot. Clark lay unconscious, barely breathing. Jonah ran to Elsie. Her breathing was shallow, but steady. Her eyes fluttered open, and they were brown again. Normal, hers, she whispered, Daddy. He sobbed. But the victory was short-lived. As he lifted her into his arms, Jonah looked toward the fireplace one last time. The box was gone, the crawl space empty. But the handprint on the bricks, still fresh. The next morning came without birdsong. Not a single chirp or rustle from the woods. No rays of golden light through the windows. Just a dull, ashen sky that seemed to press down on the house like a warning. Jonah sat at the kitchen table, unmoving, eyes fixed on the stained floorboards where Clark had bled the night before. The old man had been unconscious for hours, still breathing but wheezing. His body broken in ways that no ordinary fall could explain. Every so often he muttered something through clenched teeth. Words Jonah couldn't understand, thick with accent or age. None of it made sense. None of this made sense. Elsie slept upstairs. He'd carried her to his bed, her body limp but peaceful. She hadn't woken once, not even when the thing had vanished, not when the fog cleared, not when the fireplace swallowed the box, whole like it had never existed. Her face was pale, lips dry, but she was breathing. That was all that mattered now. Jonah had almost lost her. He still might. A soft creak echoed from upstairs. He looked up sharply. Another creak, like weight shifting slowly across the old boards above the hallway. Jonah stood, every muscle tight, heart ticking like a metronome in his ears. "Elsie," he called out. No answer. He grabbed the flashlight. The house was back to its usual tricks. Every light switch dead, every bulb dim or flickering. The hallway leading upstairs was steep and narrow, and as he climbed, the feeling of being watched returned like a coat settling on his shoulders. The bedroom door was slightly ajar. Jonah pushed it open. Elsie was still asleep. Safe. Still tucked beneath the covers, brow furrowed in the middle of what looked like a dream. He stepped closer, checking for breath. It fogged gently on the air. Relief flooded him. He sat at her side, brushed the hair from her face, and leaned down. That's when he saw it. A smudge, just near her collarbone, barely visible beneath her nightshirt. A black handprint, like soot had been pressed into her skin. He reached out and wiped at it. It didn't fade. He tried again more forcefully. Still there. Not dirt. A mark. The same shape, same proportions as the burned handprint inside the fireplace. Except now it was on her. A noise behind him made him spin. Clark stood in the doorway, pale as a corpse, using the wall for balance. "It's not over," he rasped. That was never the thing's full form. It was just the part that could leave. The rest, he coughed, a sharp, wet sound. "Well, the rest of it still lives in the house." Jonah stared at him. "But we burned the mask, the box. We burned a tether," Clark said. "Not the heart, that's still here, somewhere." Jonah helped Clark to the chair by the bed. The old man groaned with each movement, clearly in pain, but his eyes were still sharp. Too sharp. "It's in the walls," Clark whispered. "In the foundation. It was the house. It's grown into it. That girl's marked now. It's in her dreams, maybe deeper. It won't stop until it pulls her under. Just like the others." "Others?" Jonah asked. "The Marrow kids. They were never buried. Never found." "That's because they're still here. The house doesn't kill. It takes. And once it takes, it holds on." Jonah felt something cold bloom in his stomach. The idea, no, the truth of it, was slowly taking shape. He'd seen it in Elsie's eyes. The change. The way her voice hadn't been her own. The way she had stood in the backyard, motionless, watching. And now the mark. The dreams. Something had gotten in. And it wasn't done yet. That evening, the house began to change. It started small. The furniture rearranged slightly when he left a room and came back. The painting in the upstairs hallway, the one with the faded meadow, suddenly showed figures in the background where there had been none before. He tried to rip it down, but it wouldn't budge. The edges were part of the wall now, as if the paint had bled through the plaster and rooted itself into the structure. Then came the whispering again. Not through the vents this time. This time it came from inside the walls. Jonah pressed his ear to the drywall, hard in his throat. Behind the wood and insulation he heard them. Voices, children, laughing, crying, singing nursery rhymes off key. Sometimes they screamed, but only for a second, like they were being hushed mid-breath. He backed away, shaking, and reached for Clark, who now refused to sleep. The old man sat in the living room, flashlight in one hand, a weathered journal in the other. "I found this," Clark said, flipping pages. "Belonged to Thomas Marrow, the father." The last entry was written in blood. He held the journal out, and Jonah read, "The house watches even when it sleeps. The thing beneath the hearth is only a piece. The rest of it waits beneath the floor, beneath the nails, in the hollow places between walls. I hear them calling. My children. My sweet, empty-eyed children. They tell me it needs another. It always needs another. Jonah dropped the book. That night, Elsie woke screaming. He ran to her, tried to hold her down as she writhed in bed, her eyes white, her mouth stretching into a silent cry. Then, in the silence between one breath and the next, she looked straight at him, her voice like gravel and rot. "He's under the house." And then she collapsed. Clark and Jonah didn't wait. They ripped open the basement door, flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the cement walls. The space was colder than before. The air thick. It felt like breathing underwater. At the far end, past the breaker panel and old shelves of rusted tools, was a door they hadn't seen before. It hadn't been there. Jonah would have sworn it. A narrow, wooden door, with a child's drawing nailed to the front. Crude figures. A tall man. A little girl. The house behind them, with black smoke curling from its windows. In the corner, a symbol. The same one that had been carved into the mask. Clark didn't hesitate. He turned the handle. Behind the door was a tunnel. Earthen walls. Low ceiling. It sloped downward, into the dark. The smell was unbearable. Mold, damp soil, and something else beneath it all. Something sweet, like rotting fruit. They descended together, Jonah gripping the flashlight, Clark carrying a bag of salt and iron nails. Every few feet, handprints dotted the walls, small ones, children's. The tunnel opened into a chamber, a hollow under the house, circular, maybe 15 feet across, and in the center, a pit. Open, breathing. Yes, breathing. The edges of it pulsed, rising and falling, as if the soil had lungs. Whispers drifted up from the darkness. Jonah stepped closer, and the light caught something in the pit. Not dirt, not stone. Faces. Dozens of them, twisted and slack-jawed, peering up with empty sockets and stretched mouths. Not corpses, not quite. Trapped. Writhing. Reaching up with hands that never quite emerged. One of them looked like Elsie. He fell back, scrambling. "It feeds here," Clark whispered. "It stores them. The ones it takes." Jonah wanted to scream, to run, but he couldn't move. Something was rising from the pit. Not fast, not violent. Just emerging, like it had been waiting for them, like it had finally been invited. It had a shape, but it kept changing. One moment man, one moment beast, one moment child. Its face was blank, skinless, wet. In place of eyes, it had teeth. Clark shouted something, poured salt in a circle, drove iron nails into the dirt. The thing recoiled but didn't retreat. It only laughed. A high, mechanical sound like a doll's broken giggle. "Jonah," Clark said, trembling, "we have to close the pit." "How?" "Something of yours. Something it wants. A sacrifice." Jonah turned back to the pit and saw Elsie, standing at the edge, no longer in bed upstairs, no longer safe. He screamed her name. She turned, and her eyes were completely black again. Jonah didn't understand how she'd gotten there. One moment, Elsie had been unconscious in bed, frail and pale, wrapped in blankets like a fragile thing, trying to hide from the cold world pressing in around her. The next, she was standing at the mouth of the pit. Not sleepwalking, not afraid, just there. Her bare feet dug into the damp dirt. Her white nightgown stained at the hem with mud, her hair tangled into ropes that hung around her face. And her eyes, they weren't black now. Not glowing. Worse, they were blank, as if someone had turned off whatever lived behind them. Hollow and still, like the house had finally chewed through the last of her will and was now puppeting her around for its own amusement.
"Elsie!"
Jonah shouted, stepping forward. She didn't flinch, didn't move. Her mouth twitched, like a marionette's jaw being forced to mimic a word. But no sound came out. Behind her, the pit gurgled. Yes, it gurgled. That was the only way Jonah could describe the sound, like something massive trying to breathe through waterlogged lungs. The faces in the pit had vanished beneath the surface again, but the ground still pulsed, still breathed. The very earth beneath them seemed to inhale and exhale with slow, wet patience. Clark was already muttering again, drawing symbols in the dirt with his boot, salt streaming from a ripped bag clenched in one hand. "It's drawing her in," he said, his voice hoarse. "It doesn't need to chase. It makes you want to step closer." Jonah stepped between Elsie and the pit. Not this time. The thing below didn't like that. The breathing stopped. The air tightened. Then, with no warning, the floor lurched. Not a tremor, not a shudder, a full jolt, as if the house above them had heaved its weight to one side. The walls cracked. Clumps of earth rained down. From the ceiling, long thin roots, or were they tendons, dropped and began slithering like worms, coiling across the walls, reaching. One brushed Jonah's shoulder, and a searing cold shot through his spine. Clark screamed. One of the roots had wrapped around his wrist, yanking him toward the pit. Jonah turned just in time to see him fall, not in, but onto the edge. The dirt gave way beneath him. He scrambled, clawed at the ground. "Jonah!" he shouted, and then the earth swallowed his legs. Jonah grabbed his arm and pulled. The old man's body was already halfway in, something in the pit slurping and tugging from below with obscene strength. Clark's face was contorted in panic, his body flailing wildly. "Don't let it take me!" But it was too strong, too fast. Clark's body was yanked downward with a sickening snap of bones. Jonah was left holding only his sleeve, torn, stained with salt and blood. Then silence. The pit was smooth again, as if nothing had ever happened. Jonah didn't breathe for a full 30 seconds. He just stared at the earth. He'd watched a man get eaten by the ground. Then came the voice. Low, guttural, not from behind him, not from the pit. It came from Elsie. He gave himself freely, she said, though her lips barely moved. He was already hollow. A perfect offering. Jonah stepped away from her, chest heaving. "You're not her." Elsie tilted her head. Not anymore. He wanted to scream, to cry, to shake her until whatever had crawled inside her let go. But he knew better now. The thing didn't live in her instead of her. It lived in her through her. It wore her thoughts like skin, pulled her memories apart and rearranged them until she couldn't tell where she ended and it began. He had to get her out. Away. He couldn't kill it. Clark had tried and died for it. But maybe, he could take her far enough that the house's grip would loosen. He just had to move fast. He grabbed her arm. "We're leaving." Elsie didn't resist. She followed him up the tunnel in perfect silence, her feet dragging but compliant. The flashlight flickered, dying with each step. Behind them, the air grew colder. Jonah could hear the pit, no longer breathing, but watching. As if the very absence of sound was its way of tracking them, letting them know it wasn't finished. Back upstairs, the house was worse. The walls had blood, not metaphorically. Actual blood ran in thin streams from the baseboards. Paintings were gone, or changed. Twisted images of things he didn't want to recognize. Shapes without faces. Trees made of limbs. One frame held a mirror that showed not the room, but the pit. Still there. Still open. Jonah tore the front door off its hinges trying to escape. The outside world was gone. Not like before, when the roads twisted and the woods refused to let go. No, this time there simply was no world. Nothing. A black void stretched out from the front porch. No trees. No driveway. Just a curtain of endless dark, like the edge of reality had frayed. He stepped back, chest heaving, pulse roaring in his ears. The house groaned. Not from age. From satisfaction. Because now it had everything. Jonah collapsed against the wall, staring down the hallway as the lights flickered out one by one. Elsie stood at the edge of the room, watching him with those empty eyes. He could still see her in there. Flickers of recognition, hints of struggle. But the thing was deeper now. Stronger. Clark had said it needed fear. But what if it was more than that? What if it needed despair? What if that's how it truly fed? He staggered to his feet, hands slipping on the blood-stained wall. "If you want me," he said aloud, voice cracking, "you don't need her. Take me. Just leave her alone." Elsie blinked. Something flickered in her eyes. The house responded. The lights exploded, one after another, plunging them into thick, unnatural darkness. And from that darkness, voices rose. All at once. Screaming, singing, pleading. The voices of the missing. The ones Jonah had seen in the pit. And deeper still, something older. A sound like weeping wrapped in laughter. And then, silence. Jonah blinked, realizing he was alone. Elsie was gone. No footprints, no trail. Just her name etched into the blood-smeared wall in a child's handwriting. Che's mun no boo. The silence that swallowed the house after Elsie vanished wasn't the kind that settled, it waited. It crouched in the corners, heavy and eager, like breath held before a scream. Jonah stood in the center of the room, chest heaving, throat raw, fists clenched and useless at his sides. The name on the wall, Sish Minin, no W, stared back at him, glistening, still wet, each letter a gash in the wallpaper. His knees buckled before he realized he was falling, and when they hit the blood, slick wood floor, he didn't cry. He couldn't. There was a moment of clarity instead. A bitter, razored kind of stillness. When you realize the thing you feared most has already happened, and all that's left is what you'll do next. He had failed. The house had taken her. But it hadn't taken him. Not yet, and maybe that was its mistake. He stood, slowly. Every muscle felt older, heavier, like the house had aged him in the hours since Clark disappeared into the pit. But something inside him now, something sharp and new, was pushing back. Grief and fear had softened into something colder. He wouldn't beg again, wouldn't offer trades. The house wanted him broken. It needed him bent enough to feed from. But Jonah Thorne was finished breaking, so he moved. Not fast, not frantic, with purpose. He lit candles from Clark's supplies, drawing flickering lines of gold through the hallway and into the kitchen. The house creaked with every flame, groaned as each room was lit, like it was flinching from the light. It didn't like this version of him. Focused, unafraid, or pretending to be. That was enough, wasn't it? Pretending. Bluffing against something that thrived on fear. Jonah returned to the basement, not the tunnel, not yet. Just the first level. The part Clark had refused to explore before he was pulled into the hollow. The shadows were thicker now. They moved on their own. Jonah didn't let his eyes linger. He searched the shelves, the floor, the places no one had looked in years. Until he found it, buried under a tarp and an old pile of firewood, a rusted tin box. Inside, a stack of photographs. The first was of the Marrow family. 5 children, 1 mother, and a man in the back with eyes too wide for his smile. Jonah had seen the image before in town records, but this one was different. It was moving. Subtly. As he stared, one of the children in the image turned its head, blinked, reached out. He slammed the lid shut. Under the photos was a journal, a second one, not the one Clark had found, but older, pages cracked and stained. Jonah opened it to the last legible entry. The handwriting was wild, scratched into the paper as though by someone being watched. The house does not sleep. It stores, it records. The girl is the key. The bloodline matters. She is part of it now. I tried to stop the rite. Failed. I saw her mouth open and the shadows crawl inside. I saw the others dance without skin. I saw the floor split and the pit sing her name. I dug. I dug where the roots led me, and I found the door beneath the stone. Jonah flipped back, searching. Notes, rituals, hand-drawn maps. Symbols matching the ones he'd seen on the mask and in the pit, but it was the final sketch that stopped his breath. A crude rendering of the house itself. It was wrong. Not just old. Incomplete. The house above ground was only half the structure. Beneath it was something far more massive. A twisting maze of tunnels and rooms, and at the very bottom a door. It was labeled only with one word: throat. That's where Elsie was now, inside the thing's throat, and Jonah was going in after her. He prepared. Salt, nails, rope, candles, a hammer, a flashlight with a fresh battery, and a lighter. Clark's bag had been left behind, torn but still filled with charms he didn't understand, but clung to like lifelines. Jonah wrapped his daughter's scarf around his neck. Her scent, a hint of lavender from the shampoo she still used from childhood, was still there. It would remind him of who he was fighting for. Back through the basement, back through the tunnel, back into the hollow beneath the house. This time, the pit didn't pretend to sleep. It throbbed. It pulsed with heat and noise and motion, like a terrible heart cranked into overdrive. Jonah circled it. The pit whispered, dozens of voices, different urgent. Some sounded like Elsie, some like Clark, some like people he had never met. He didn't look down. Instead, he ran his hand along the wall until he found the stone described in the journal. Wide, flat, carved with an unbroken ring. He lifted it. Underneath a narrow tunnel, darker than all the others. Hot air rose from within. Jonah lit a candle, dropped it in, and followed. The descent was steep, more like a slide than a staircase. The walls slick. He scraped his arms, tore his jeans, twisted his ankle more than once, but never stopped. The tunnel led him to a cavern, not natural, shaped, built, by hands or something that had once been human. The walls were lined with bone, not placed, ground. Jonah moved through corridors shaped like ribs, through rooms pulsing like lungs. Every step felt like crawling through the inside of something alive. And in that living maze, the air changed. It became thick with whispers, but also words, not just noises, language, coherent and cold. She's almost ready. She wears the hollow now. You fed us your fear. She feeds us your love. Jonah shouted into the dark.
Take me instead! You want me! Take me!
Lauder answered. And then, a voice, faint, weak, but real. Dad, Elsie. Jonah ran, through the narrowing halls, over bridges made of teeth, downstairs carved into jawbones, until he reached it. The throat, a massive door, tall and rounded, shaped like a mouth. It pulsed slightly with each of his breaths, mirroring his heartbeat. At the center of the door was a slot, child-sized like a handprint. But it was not carved. It was worn, used again and again, smoothed by generations of desperate parents and terrified children. Jonah pressed his palm to it. The door opened. Inside was a room, round, simple, and in the middle a stone altar. Elsie lay on it, still pale, but her eyes were open. When she saw him, they filled with tears. She whispered, "You shouldn't have come." Jonah ran to her, pulled her into his arms. Her body was warm, alive, but heavy with something that didn't belong. He looked around. No demons, no shadows, no monsters, just the room. And then he understood. The house had fed. The rituals had begun. But he had come too soon. Interrupted it. It wasn't finished yet. It needed one more thing. His willingness. The moment he touched her, the room shook. The altar cracked. The walls bent. Shapes poured in from the ceiling. Shadows that moved like fingers underwater. Whispering promises and threats in the same breath. Jonah pulled her close, whispering fiercely, "I've got you. I'm getting you out." "No," Elsie whispered. "You can't take me. Not like this. Not yet." Jonah blinked. "What do you mean?" Her hand moved to his chest. "It's in me. I can feel it, crawling." And then, behind him, a voice, his voice. "Let her go, Jonah." He turned and saw himself standing in the doorway, smiling. Jonah froze. There are certain things the mind refuses to accept right away. The sight of your own body standing apart from you, breathing on its own, moving with familiarity but not soul. This thing wore his face with more confidence than he ever had. It stood tall in the open doorway of the throat chamber, hands relaxed at its sides, lips curled into a smile that split just a little too wide. Its eyes were wrong. Too clean. Too still. The kind of stillness only something dead could imitate. "Let her go," it said again with Jonah's voice. "You've done enough." The air in the chamber tightened, as if the room itself were holding its breath. Jonah clutched Elsie tighter, his own voice catching in his throat. "You're not me." The doppelganger stepped forward slowly, boot heels clacking against the bone, tiled floor. "I'm better than you. I didn't break. I didn't beg. I did what needed to be done." Jonah backed toward the far wall, heart pounding in his ears. You're not real. I'm more real than you ever were. The thing stopped just feet away now. You're a flicker, a gasp, a man who came into a house that warned him and stayed anyway. You brought her here. You opened the door. You called us. Jonah's knees buckled, but he didn't fall. No. I came to save her. The echo of his face tilted its head. Then why is she lying in your arms with my mark behind her eyes? Jonah flinched. Elsie stirred in his arms, her breath shallow. Her lips parted like she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Her eyes darted between the two Jonahs. She looked lost. Afraid. The impostor continued, its voice softening. Do you even know what she is now? Jonah's mouth was dry. She's my daughter. The thing grinned. She was. Now she's a conduit. A hollow. She's heard the voice beneath the floor, and felt it slither down her throat while she slept. She belongs here now. But you're the final brick? Jonah stood, slowly, trying not to shake. What do you mean? You're the last wall. The final denial. As long as you fight, it can't take her completely. It gestured around the room. This place is built on consent. Blood given freely. Hearts cracked open. But once you let go, it smiled. She's ours. The truth of it settled like ice in his spine. All the stories, the rituals, the whispers in Clark's journals. They hadn't been about brute force or violence. They were about surrender, submission. The house didn't conquer with claws. It invited you in. It made you choose. And now it was asking Jonah to choose, to give up, to hand her over. He looked at Elsie again, her skin glowing faintly in the candlelight, damp with sweat. Her lips trembled. Dad, she whispered, barely audible. Don't leave me. I won't, Jonah said. I won't ever. But the doppelganger was suddenly between them, faster than it had any right to be. Its hand on Jonah's chest. The contact burned like ice. Jonah stumbled back, vision swimming. The thing pressed in closer, its face inches from his own. You already left, it said. The moment you stepped into this house, you chose yourself. You said I can fix this instead of we can run. You said let me look deeper when you should have shut the door. You thought you could outsmart it. I was trying to protect her. You were feeding it. The accusation struck harder than any punch. Jonah staggered again, clutching at the wall, breath short and ragged. The walls began to pulse now, not just with blood or heat, but light. Dull, red, and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of something ancient and starving. The impostor turned back to Elsie. She's ready. I'll take her gently. She won't feel the shift. It's you that must suffer, you that must watch. That's the final taste. The dessert. Jonah looked around the room. There had to be something. Clark had talked about ritual circles, about sealing things. But this was too far gone. Too deep. The house had already absorbed the first layers of her soul. If Jonah failed here, Elsie would be part of the foundation. Another face in the pit. Unless, he stood tall. Take me. The doppelganger didn't flinch. We already have you. No, Jonah said you don't. He stepped forward, eyes locked with his doubles. I give everything. Not just fear, not just pain. I give myself, my body, my mind, my memory. Let her go, and I'll let you in. A pause. The thing studied him. Behind it, the room dimmed, pulsing slower. You're lying. No, Jonah said. You said it yourself. It needs consent. Here it is. He knelt beside Elsie, kissed her forehead, then stood and spread his arms wide. Come take me. Silence. Then, the altar split in two. The bone walls cracked. The throat yawned wider. The thing that wore his face smiled, and lunged. But Jonah was ready. As it slammed into him, he clenched his hand around the charm Clark had left. The one he hadn't used. A crude piece of silver, shaped like an eye. He dipped it in salt, wrapped it in strands of Elsie's hair. He slammed it into the doppelganger's chest as they collided. The reaction was instant. The double screamed not in Jonah's voice now, but in a sound that didn't belong in this world. Layered, many-throated, ancient. It writhed and clawed at itself, its features distorting, melting. Its limbs twisted backward. Its smile became a cavern of teeth and smoke. Jonah held firm. "You don't get to wear me." The thing collapsed. The throat began to close. Elsie stirred behind him. The light from her skin faded. Her eyes fluttered. The charm in Jonah's hand burned white hot, crumbling into ash. And then, silence. Real silence. No whispers. No breathing walls. No pit, just her. She looked up at him, confused. "Dad." He didn't speak. He just grabbed her and held her against his chest as the chamber trembled and cracked. The throat was caving in now. Dirt poured from the ceiling. Jonah lifted her and ran, the tunnel collapsing behind them, the walls snapping like dry branches. Each footstep forward threatened to become the last, but they made it. They emerged through the pit, now dry and dead, into the basement. Light, real light, was pushing in from upstairs. Morning. The house didn't scream. It didn't groan. It just watched. Jonah carried his daughter outside, into the dawn, his clothes soaked in blood and dust. The front yard looked normal. The fog had lifted. The trees were still. The world had returned. They didn't look back. Behind them, the house stood quiet. And deep beneath its bones, in a place no shovel could reach, the thing waited, nursing its wound, and watching the door. Because doors can always open again. They didn't speak on the drive. Jonah kept one hand on the wheel, the other tightly around Elsie's trembling fingers as they sped down the long stretch of grief, hollow road. The trees no longer bent in unnatural directions. The fog didn't curl through the branches like fingers. And yet, the weight of the house, that impossible house, clung to the back of Jonah's neck like invisible claws. Even as the rearview mirror reflected nothing but the road and morning sun, he could feel it. Watching, smiling, waiting. Elsie hadn't spoken since they stepped outside. Not when he'd wrapped her in a blanket from the trunk. Not when he buckled her into the passenger seat. Not even when they passed the Welcome to Briar Glen sign. Once a cheerful little slab of town history, now covered in mildew and half sunk in the ditch. Her gaze remained fixed out the window, unblinking, mouth slightly parted. She looked awake but unanchored, like a ghost who hadn't figured out it had died. He pulled into the motel off Route 19, the same one they'd passed on their first day in town, low, brown and square, with buzzing neon and a closed pool out back. A woman at the desk with tired eyes gave him the keys without asking questions. Maybe it was the blood on his sleeve, or the dirt in his hair, or maybe she knew better than to ask about people who came in from that side of town. Room 7. They entered. Jonah locked the door behind them with every bolt and chain the rusted frame allowed. Then he gently guided Elsie to the bed, helped her sit, and knelt in front of her. "Talk to me, kiddo," she blinked, slowly. Finally turned her head. "Did we leave?" Her voice was so small it hurt to hear. Jonah nodded. "We did." She looked down at her hands. They were trembling. Her nails were dirty, caked with something dark. "But I still feel it." Jonah swallowed. "That's normal." "No," she said, voice sharper now. "It's in me. Not like a memory. It's in me. Crawling. Like it left the house but forgot to leave me." Jonah didn't answer. He didn't know how to. She looked up again. What if it's still feeding? He wanted to lie, to tell her it wasn't, to promise that everything was done, dusted, buried. But he remembered the pit, the faces, the voice that wore his own like a mask, the throat cracked but never destroyed, the sense that what had released them wasn't defeat, but patience. "I don't know," he said, and hated himself for it. That night, Elsie screamed in her sleep. She thrashed beneath the sheets, arms flailing, voice raw with sounds Jonah didn't recognize, guttural moans that didn't belong in her throat. He shook her awake and watched as her eyes snapped open, black again. No iris, no pupil, just void. Then color returned like a tide pulling back. She gasped and shoved him away.
"Don't touch me!"
He stepped back, hands raised. She clutched her head, tears already falling. "It made me watch," she whispered. "It made me see you. On the altar. split open. It made me laugh. I didn't want to, but I did. I felt it, like I was the house, like I wanted to eat you. Jonah sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand, gently this time. You didn't do anything. It did. Elsie shook her head. I remember how it felt to be more. To be big. I remember the walls breathing, the sound of children crying in the pipes, and I liked it. That was the first time Jonah realized the house hadn't just tried to consume her. It had tried to replace her, fill her up with so much shadow that there wouldn't be enough left to come back. But she had. Mostly. Almost. And that almost was the problem. They stayed in the motel for 3 days. On the second, Jonah noticed bruises forming along his ribs. Odd ones, like fingers had been pressed there. He hadn't fallen, hadn't bumped into anything. Yet every morning, new marks appeared, crawling up his torso like a map drawn in reverse. Elsie refused to sleep. She sat in the bathtub at night, fully clothed, light on, a salt circle drawn clumsily around her with the shakers from the diner. She hummed to herself sometimes. Old lullabies Jonah didn't recognize. When he asked, she said she didn't know where they came from. But he recognized one melody. The tune Clark had been muttering before he died. On the third morning, she asked him something that froze him. Do you ever dream of dirt in your mouth? He turned away. Because yes, he had. He hadn't told her, but every night since the house, he woke coughing. Not from phlegm or smoke. From soil. Cold, black earth clinging to his teeth. The taste of something old on his tongue. Once, he even spit blood. Just a thin line of it in the sink. Nothing major. But it was a warning. The house was inside both of them now. Maybe not fully. Maybe not yet. But it had found a way to plant something. A seed. And seeds don't die easy. He thought of burning the house. Taking the gas can from the back of the car, driving up Grief Hollow Road, and watching that cursed structure go up in flames. But Clark's words returned to him. The house is the skin. The thing is deeper. Burn the wood and you'll scorch the paint. That's all. The true structure, the real thing, was underground, alive, old. Intelligent in a way that didn't need language or thought. It didn't chase. It waited. And now that they'd seen it, touched it, heard it, it didn't need to chase anymore. It could call. Elsie left the room that night. Jonah woke to the open door, the motel curtains billowing from the wind. Her shoes were gone, her salt line broken. No note, no sound. He followed barefoot, heart hammering, knowing without question where she was going. Back to the house. Back to where it waited. Jonah ran harder than he had in years. The pavement of Route 19 was wet from an earlier storm, slick beneath his bare feet, but he didn't stop. Didn't feel the glass, the gravel, the sharp stab of broken twigs underfoot. He only felt the space where Elsie had been. That sudden, jagged emptiness left in the world when someone you love disappears. The motel room behind him buzzed with a television that no one had turned on. He'd seen it just before bolting out the door, an old black and white cartoon dancing on the screen, grainy and looping endlessly, though the TV hadn't even been plugged in. He hadn't stopped to think about it. He didn't have to. He already knew where she was going. Grief Hollow Road was waiting. By the time he reached the turnoff, his lungs burned and his legs barely held him. The road curved like a question mark through the trees, the same way it had the day they arrived, long, steep, and suffocating. But something was wrong now, more wrong than before. The silence here wasn't just empty, it was pregnant. It vibrated under the skin, full of withheld sound, like a scream drawn in so tightly it became a hum. Every tree leaned closer. Every branch twisted just slightly toward the road. The path itself had changed, longer, darker, as if the land had grown more of itself just to keep him walking. And then, there it was, the house, whole, standing, no evidence of fire, no signs of collapse. Its windows were dark, but not dead. They shimmered faintly, like glass floating on water. Jonah stepped onto the gravel drive, shaking. The mailbox, Still crooked, still rust-stained, bore no name now. Just a single handprint smeared in mud on the side. Small, child-sized, his stomach twisted. He moved toward the porch. The door was open. Of course it was. He stepped through, and the air changed instantly. It didn't smell like mold or dust anymore. It smelled like earth. Wet, living dirt, the kind found deep underground, rich with decay and roots. The foyer hadn't aged a day. The wallpaper still curled at the corners, the chandelier above still flickered, and the floor still groaned softly beneath his weight, like it recognized him. Welcomed him back. Elsie, he called, his voice barely a whisper. Silence. But something on the wall caught his eye. A photo. Framed. It hadn't been there before. It was them, Jonah and Elsie, standing in the motel room, him sitting on the bed, her beside him. It had been taken last night. In the photo, they weren't looking at the camera. They were both asleep. His stomach turned. He kept moving. In the living room, the furniture had changed. Now it resembled the Marrowy photo. A long, claw-footed couch, a table covered in yellowed lace, chairs positioned perfectly in a semicircle facing the fireplace. All of it set like a stage. And in the center of the room, where the bricked, over hearth once stood, the pit had returned. Open, breathing, Jonah stepped toward it. It no longer needed to hide. The boards around it were pulled back like peeled skin, raw and red, revealing the true mouth beneath the house. A smell like copper and wet roots poured from it. A heartbeat echoed upward, slow, deliberate, heavy. Jonah called again.
Elsie!
A voice answered, but it wasn't hers. It was his. She's here, the voice said, deep and calm, coming from below. She came back to finish what you interrupted. Jonah stood at the edge, peering down into the dark. And then he saw her. She stood in the pit, barefoot in the dirt, wearing the same nightgown from the motel, but it was clean now, pressed. Her hair was combed. She looked like she was preparing for a family photo. Her eyes met his, and they were hers, his daughter's, but glazed, like she was looking through him. Elsie, he whispered, you don't have to do this. She smiled softly. It's already done. The earth around her pulsed. Roots rose from the pit walls and coiled gently around her arms and legs, not restraining, embracing, like a parent cradling a child. Jonah dropped to his knees at the edge. Please, come back. Fight it, I tried, she said. I really did. But it's not like a voice in your head. It becomes your thoughts. It wears your memories. I don't know which ones are mine anymore. Jonah wept. Elsie stepped forward. I came back because I thought maybe I could stop it. Maybe if I finished what it started, I could close the door from the inside. He shook his head. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. But I already did, she said. The moment we walked into this house. You remember the first night, when I woke up screaming. I didn't tell you the whole truth. I wasn't scared because I saw something. I was scared because I heard something whisper, you will stay here forever. And I said, okay. Jonah collapsed forward, his hand stretching out into the pit. You were just scared. She stepped closer. I was tired. The pit began to glow faintly, a soft, golden light that didn't feel warm. It wasn't heat, it was pull, like gravity, but deeper. And then she held her hand out to him. Come with me, she said. Jonah blinked. What? Don't you see? She asked. It doesn't want to hurt us. It wants to keep us. It feeds on fear, yes, but what's the deepest fear of all? Being alone. Being forgotten. He stared at her, broken. It's not love, Elsie. It's hunger. She smiled gently. What's the difference? For a moment, he nearly gave in. He could feel the pull, the comfort of letting go, the promise of never being afraid again, the pain of guilt, of failure, of loss. All of it could dissolve into the roots. He could sleep beside his daughter, held in the earth, unchanging, untouched by time. But then, he saw her eyes twitch, just barely, a flicker of something beneath the surface. Fear. She was still in there, somewhere, and she was begging him not to believe the lie. So Jonah stood. No, he said. You can bury me when I'm dead, but not before. And with everything he had left, he pulled the silver lighter from his pocket, the one Clark had given him, and threw it into the pit. The flame caught instantly. The earth screamed. The light turned red. The roots spasmed. Elsie collapsed to her knees, gasping, clutching her head. The walls of the pit shook violently, and black smoke poured out. The voices, the hundreds of voices, began to howl in unison. Anger, pain, hunger, and loss. Jonah jumped in. He landed hard, rolled, scrambled to his daughter. She was burning hot to the touch, eyes wide with terror now. "Dad," she gasped. "Dad, what's happening?" "I've got you," he whispered. "Just hold on." The smoke tried to wrap around them. The ground cracked beneath their feet. But Jonah held her close and shouted one word into the dark no. The pit shrieked, and the house answered. Walls above collapsed. Beams groaned and split. The ceiling gave way. Jonah didn't know how they got out. Didn't remember climbing. Just light, screaming, fire, and the smell of wet, burning earth. And then they were outside, coughing, bleeding, but alive. Behind them the house fell inward. Not burned, devoured, as though it had collapsed into its own mouth. The roof vanished first, then the walls, until nothing remained but a hole in the ground. No debris, no ash, just a scar in the earth, still steaming. Elsie clutched his hand. "Is it over?" Jonah stared at the hole. "I don't think it ever is," he said. Because far below, in the place no fire could reach, something ancient stirred again. Not angry, just patient. They stayed by the crater until the sun rose. Jonah sat with his back against a tree, dirt smeared across his face, clothes torn and sinned. Elsie leaned against his chest, silent, her body trembling every few minutes like something deep inside her was trying to break loose. Neither of them spoke. What could be said? They had burned a house that wasn't really a house, escaped a hunger that never stopped growing. And yet, the silence that followed didn't feel like victory. It felt like pause, the shallow breath between heartbeats. The hole in the earth was still there, not burning, not bleeding, just open, a perfect circle where the house had stood. The soil around it baked black and cracked like old skin. The wind had changed direction, but not once did it blow across that pit. It was as if even nature knew to keep its distance now. Jonah stared at the edge of the hole, trying not to wonder how far it went down, how deep the throat truly was. He'd felt it in his bones when he fell in. He'd heard the echoes that never stopped. The pit didn't end. It descended, beyond earth, beyond flesh, down into something with memory and will. "Can we go now?" Elsie whispered, her voice cracked, raw, like someone who hadn't spoken in years. Jonah brushed her hair from her eyes, trying to smile but failing. Yeah, baby. We're going." They stood slowly, both moving like survivors of some unspeakable disaster, which they were. The world outside Grief Hollow hadn't changed, not in the obvious ways. The sky was still blue. The birds had returned, somewhere. Dogs were barking. Life had resumed its usual rhythm, but for them everything had shifted. The skin of the world no longer hid its seams. They'd seen what breathed beneath the floorboards of normal life, and they'd survived it. For now, they didn't take the car. They walked. 2 miles down the road, they flagged down a delivery van. The driver, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and gospel music humming from her radio, said nothing when they climbed in barefoot and filthy. She didn't ask questions. She just drove, like she knew. Like maybe she'd seen something once herself. They made it to the next town by dusk. Jonah used a fake name to check into a new motel. He didn't know why, only that it felt safer that way. They took a single room with 2 beds, no view, no mirrors, and no carpet. Just tile and concrete, where things couldn't crawl. He paid in cash, hands shaking, and took the key without meeting the clerk's eyes. That night, Jonah didn't sleep. He sat in the motel chair, watching Elsie as she lay on her side, blanket pulled to her chin, breathing softly. Her face looked calmer now, less pale. But there was something behind her expression. Not fear. Not anymore. Something deeper, like a secret she hadn't found the words for yet. Around 2:00 a.m., she stirred. Jonah leaned forward. "You okay?" Her eyes opened. "I had a dream." His throat tightened. "About the house?" She shook her head slowly. "No. About a boy." Jonah's stomach dropped. "What kind of boy?" "He didn't have a face, but he kept trying to give me something. A key. He said I needed to find the mouth under the church. He said it's the second gate." Jonah didn't breathe. She sat up slowly, her hands in her lap. "He said the house was only a throat. Not a stomach, not even lungs. Just a way in." Jonah whispered, "A way into what?" Elsie looked at him. Her voice came out barely audible. Something older. He didn't press her. Not yet. In the morning, they moved again. Another motel. Then another. Over the next 2 weeks, they crossed 3 states. He tried not to check the news, but once, while pumping gas, he caught a glimpse of a local paper family home disappears overnight, locals blame sinkhole. There was a blurry photo of where the house had stood. A field now, grass growing where the hole had been, not even a scorch mark, like it had never existed. But Jonah knew better, and so did Elsie. She'd changed. She was still herself, still the girl who hummed quietly when she read, who ate her eggs in strange patterns, who traced stars on fogged windows. But there were new habits now. She wouldn't sleep unless the lights were on. She didn't use mirrors. And sometimes when she was distracted, she'd mumble in a language Jonah didn't recognize, harsh consonants and slurred vowels that made the air twitch. One night, she cut her palm on a broken dish. The blood wasn't red. It was black, thick, like old oil. She didn't scream, just stared at it. Jonah cleaned and wrapped the wound in silence. Neither of them said what they were thinking it hadn't left her. Not fully. Maybe not at all. It had changed her. Like heat changes metal, softens it, bends it, makes it something else. But what scared Jonah more was that she didn't seem scared. She seemed curious. By week 3, she was asking questions. "Do you think there are more like it?" "I don't know." "If the pit was a throat, where's the heart?" "I don't want to find out. But what if it's calling other people now?" Jonah looked at her. "You think it is?" She paused, then nodded. "I think it always was. We just answered." On the 4th week, she stopped sleeping entirely. She sat by the window all night, sketching strange symbols into the condensation. Sometimes, she'd write numbers, sometimes faces. None Jonah recognized, except one. Clark. She drew him from memory, eyes hollow, mouth open like he was still falling into the pit. And once, just once, Jonah saw her reflection in the glass move on its own. It turned to look at him, and smiled. The next morning, she asked him to take her to a church. Jonah frowned. "Why?" "I need to see if the boy in the dream was right." He shook his head. "No, that's how it starts again." But she didn't argue, didn't beg. She just said, "It's already started. We just haven't followed the trail yet." Jonah looked at her for a long time. And for the first time since escaping the house, he wasn't sure who was leading who. They arrived at the church just before nightfall. It was somewhere in a forgotten town nestled between long stretches of farmland and roadside cemeteries. One of those towns where the gas station also served as the grocery, the post office, and the gossip mill. Jonah hadn't planned to stop there. He hadn't planned anything. But as they drove past the rusted sign that said New Chapel Hollow Pop. 412, Elsie sat up in her seat and said, quietly but firmly, "Here." That was all she said. He asked no questions. The church sat at the far end of the town, past the abandoned train depot and the overgrown baseball diamond. White, weather, beaten, and skeletal, it rose from the ground like a tombstone. The steeple had long since collapsed. Now a jagged stump pointed skyward. Its windows were boarded. The surrounding grass was knee-high and rustled in the wind like whispers. But the strangest part was the doors. They weren't locked. They weren't even shut. Jonah hesitated. Are you sure this is it? Elsie stepped past him without a word, pushing through the doors like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Inside, the church was hollow and still. Wooden pews sat in warped rows, eaten away by time and termites. An altar stood crooked at the far end, draped in faded cloth, and behind it, a mural peeled from the wall in long, curling sheets. Once, it had been bright, angels with swords, holy men with open arms. Now it was gray and withered, the paint flaking like dead skin. One of the angels had no face. Jonah stared at it too long and thought, for a moment, he saw it blink. Elsie walked to the center of the room, spun slowly in place, then stopped. It's underneath. Jonah's stomach tightened. How do you know? She didn't answer. She just dropped to her knees on the rotten floorboards and pressed her ear against the wood. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, it's breathing. Jonah's body locked up. The air around him turned thick, humid, as if they'd walked into a lung. The wooden floor beneath him pulsed faintly, like it remembered something ancient, something warm and full of teeth. Elsie stood and pointed. There's a trapdoor behind the altar. Jonah moved first, stepping carefully around the crumbling pews, boots creaking on every board. He didn't want to touch anything. The church felt like a room that had been waiting to wake up. Every shadow moved just a little too much. Every draft sounded like a whisper. He reached the altar, reached behind it, and pulled the cloth aside. There it was. A ring of rusted iron, flush with the floor, embedded in a trapdoor that hadn't been opened in years. Maybe longer. Jonah stared at it. The ring wasn't just corroded, it was warm. Even as his fingers brushed it, heat seeped into his skin, as if something beneath the wood wanted to touch him back. He looked at Elsie. If we open this, we'll see the second gate, she said. We have to. That's how we'll know how deep it goes. Her voice wasn't desperate or afraid. It was calm, almost reverent. Jonah wanted to scream. He wanted to drag her out of that cursed place and never stop driving. But he also knew this. The thing inside her, the thing watching through her, wouldn't let her run. It would haunt them through every state line, every sunrise. The only way to stop it was to follow its trail back to the source, and they were getting closer. So he pulled. The trapdoor groaned like something in pain, hinges shrieking, dust rising in a thick cloud. Beneath it a spiral staircase, carved from stone, slick with moisture. No light, no railing. It led straight down into a hole that swallowed sound and time alike. Elsie stepped forward. Jonah grabbed her wrist. You stay behind me this time, she nodded. Together, they descended. Each step down felt like a heartbeat. The air thickened, grew warmer, the walls pressed in. After maybe 20, maybe 50 steps, Jonah lost count. They reached a flat landing. And there, etched into the stone wall in blood or rust or something worse, was a symbol. A circle, split in the middle by a jagged line. Jonah didn't recognize it, but Elsie did. She traced it with her fingers. It's the root mouth. Where the others connect, it's not just one place. It's a network. Jonah stared at her. How do you know that? I remember, she said. From the pit, it showed me. All of them. All the mouths buried under towns. Under schools, under homes, places where grief and silence live. The house was one, the throat. This is another. The tongue, a place to speak what was buried. Before he could ask what that meant, the stone wall shuddered. A crack split down the middle, and the wall opened like a door. Jonah raised the flashlight, and saw a chamber full of tongues. Dozens of them. No, hundreds. Hanging from the ceiling like dead vines, some still twitching. The walls pulsed faintly, as if remembering speech. Words echoed faintly from deep inside, murmurs in languages that had no alphabet. Elsie stepped inside. Jonah grabbed her arm again. Wait, she turned. There's something else here, she said. What? A name. It's under the floor, scratched into the stone. I can hear it. Jonah didn't ask how. He just followed her to the center of the chamber, where a cracked stone slab formed a shallow well. The The floor was blackened, wet. Carved into the edge, jagged, crooked, furious, was a single word, Vis-el. Jonah felt sick. Before he could speak, a voice filled the chamber. Not loud, not shouted, just present. You were supposed to be the key. Jonah turned. There was no one there. But you broke the pattern. You interfered. You burned what was meant to bloom. Elsie dropped to her knees. She began to whisper the name carved in the stone, over and over. Vessel, vessel, vessel. Jonah knelt beside her, tried to shake her from it. Elsie, stop. Her eyes rolled back. And then, from the stone floor beneath them, something began to rise. It wasn't a creature. It wasn't even flesh. It was shape. Shadow pressed into form. Long limbs, no face, ribs that opened like wings. It didn't walk. It spread. The room contorted. The tongues on the ceiling shriveling in its presence. Jonah tried to lift Elsie. She screamed. Her voice layered with others. Voices he didn't recognize, dozens of them, men and women, young and old, all screaming through her. The thing, the shape, hovered just above the well and spoke again. The vessel is open. The gate remembers. The mouth calls. Jonah pulled Elsie back, and the floor collapsed. They fell. Through stone, through shadow, through a scream that never touched their ears but shattered their minds. And far, far below, a new pit waited. Open, hungry, they didn't land. They were caught, held, cradled in something warm and wet, like being lowered into the throat of some impossible creature that had waited centuries for them. Jonah couldn't see, couldn't move, couldn't even scream. He only knew motion, downward, endless, fluid and slow, as if the world above had loosened its grip and allowed them to sink into the true marrow of the earth. All around, he heard sound without direction. Not voices this time, not even words. Just breathing, the kind that filled caves and lungs at the same time, like the breath was coming from everything. And then, abruptly, they were dropped. Jonah hit the floor hard, coughing, the air punched from his lungs. Elsie fell beside him, gasping. It was black all around, not darkness, blackness. The kind of black that didn't reflect, didn't shift, didn't even blink. It simply was. The only light came from beneath them, a faint red glow seeping through cracks in the stone like veins under skin. Jonah sat up, limbs shaking. Elsie, she groaned, clutching her ribs. I'm okay. But she wasn't. He could hear it in her voice. He looked around. The space wasn't a chamber, not like the ones above. This was wider, an open cavern stretching far into the void. Walls unseen. The floor beneath them was cracked and uneven, warm to the touch, pulsing faintly like it was alive. Jonah helped Elsie to her feet. She leaned against him, weak but alert. Her eyes had changed again, not black this time, not glowing, just deep, as if something had moved in and found a permanent home behind her gaze. What is this place? Jonah whispered. Elsie answered without looking. We're in the breath. The what? That's what it called it. The place where all things are felt but not seen. Where the body ends and the rest begins. Jonah stared at her, chilled to the bone. You heard that? No. She touched her chest. I remembered it, like a memory that wasn't mine. Before Jonah could respond, the floor shuddered. A groan echoed through the darkness, long and low, like an animal turning in its sleep. Then, ahead of them, the red glow brightened, revealing a path, a corridor of sorts, not made of stone or bone or brick, but flesh. Uneven, soft in places, lined with ridges that twitched as the light grew stronger. It stretched out into the dark, curving down again. Jonah hesitated. Elsie didn't. She stepped forward. Jonah grabbed her arm. We don't even know where it leads. Yes, we do, she said, her voice dull. To the heart. Jonah stared at her. You said the house was the throat. The church was the tongue. This is where it all meets, she said. Where it ends. Or starts. I don't know anymore. He followed. What else could he do? The path felt wrong beneath their feet, too warm, too close. Each step came with a subtle give, like stepping across the chest of something still breathing. The air grew thicker, hotter. Soon they were sweating, gasping. The corridor narrowed, the ridges along the walls twitching more violently, like nerves being struck. And then, the whispers returned. But this time, they were speaking to Jonah, not through him, not around him, to him. "Why did you come back?" he stumbled. "Did you hear that?" Elsie didn't answer. "You could have let her go." "Stop it," he whispered. "You were almost free." The corridor opened. They stepped into a massive hollow, a sphere of black stone and shifting tissue. The walls beat slowly, each pulse radiating light through the cracks. At the center of the space stood something impossible, a structure made of bodies. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Merged together. Not dead. Not alive. Sleeping. Their faces turned upward, mouths open, eyes sealed shut. Elsie sank to her knees. Jonah reached for her. "What is this?" She didn't respond. From above, a voice dropped into the room like a blade. "This is the heart. This is where you end." Jonah turned, and from the dark ceiling, no, from beyond the ceiling, something began to descend. At first, he thought it was a shape, then a figure, then neither. It looked different each time he blinked. Sometimes a man, sometimes an animal, sometimes a spiraling mass of limbs that reached but never found. But always, it wore his face at the center. And this time, the smile was gone. "You don't belong here," Jonah said. The thing tilted its head. "And yet here you are. I came for her. That's all." "No," it said, voice echoing through the bodies around them. "You came for you. You wanted answers. You wanted to understand. And now you do. This is what truth tastes like." Jonah stood his ground. "Take me. Let her go." The thing didn't move. "She is already part of me. But you chose this. You fed the house. You called the mouth. You followed the whispers. You opened the gate." He stepped in front of Elsie, trembling. "Then take me and shut it. In this." The heart began to glow brighter. The bodies on the wall opened their eyes, all at once, and screamed. Jonah clutched his head, falling to his knees. The scream wasn't loud, it was felt. Through the bones, through the blood, through the skin. It scraped against the mind like rusted glass. Elsie stood wobbling. "Stop," she said. The scream faltered. "I won't let you take him." The thing twisted toward her. "You are the vessel," it said. "You are mine." "No," she whispered. "I was never yours. You tricked me. You fed me memories that weren't mine. Gave me nightmares and called them gifts. But I remember now." Jonah looked up. "Elsie." She held out her arms, and the heart began to bleed. Veins burst along the walls. The light dimmed. The bodies on the walls cried out, not in pain, but in release, like something old had finally let go. Elsie glowed faintly now. The mark on her collarbone, the handprint, burned red. She looked at Jonah. "Run." He didn't. He took her hand. They turned together, sprinted back down the corridor as the entire chamber collapsed behind them. The thing screamed, not with rage, but fear. The path began to pulse erratically, folding in on itself. The floor cracked. The walls bled. Jonah didn't know where they were going, only that they had to go up. And then, daylight. Real. They burst through a fissure in the ground, gasping, covered in blood and ash. They were outside. The church was gone. In its place, a crater, silent, smoking. Elsie collapsed into his arms. Jonah looked to the sky, but deep below, where tongues once whispered and roots once drank silence, something still twitched. Not dead, not defeated. Just wounded, waiting. They didn't speak for hours after clawing their way out of the church's remains. Jonah sat with his back against a dying tree, its branches brittle and cracking in the dry wind, while Elsie lay with her head on his thigh, face turned to the sky. Around them, New Chapel Hollow was still. No sirens, no lights, no people. Just the slow creep of shadow as dusk folded itself over the land like a closing hand. The crater behind them pulsed faintly, like a dying ember too stubborn to go out, a final heartbeat echoing from the ground beneath their feet. Neither of them dared move too far from it, yet neither of them looked directly at it either. It felt wrong. Like staring too long might wake something best left buried. Jonah's mind refused to settle. His thoughts circled the same questions, over and over. Had they won? Had they closed the second gate? Was the thing, whatever it was, truly gone or just retreating? There were no answers, only silence, and that made it worse. Evil, he had learned, didn't always roar. Sometimes it waited in quiet. I still feel it, Elsie said finally, her voice soft, eyes unfocused. Jonah tensed. Where? She pressed her hand against her stomach. Here. Not like before. It's not crawling. It's watching. Like it left a part of itself behind. Or maybe it never left at all. Jonah closed his eyes, head leaning back against the bark. The thought had gnawed at him since they'd fled the heart chamber. He could still feel the heat of the scream in his chest, still see those blinking eyes buried in the walls, still hear the voice wearing his own. But more than anything, he remembered the thing's fear when Elsie defied it. The way it screamed, not in triumph, but panic. He didn't know what she had done to wound it, but it had blood. That much was real. I think it needs her, he said after a long pause. Elsie didn't respond. I think it can't fully return unless she gives herself to it. Voluntarily. That's why it keeps leaving pieces behind. Marks. Whispers. It's not forcing her. It's luring her. She looked up at him. And what if it gets tired of luring? Jonah met her gaze. Then it will come for us. They left New Chapel Hollow just before midnight. The town had grown colder, quieter, as though it had sighed in relief the moment they crossed its limits, as though something ancient had finally been exhaled. But the air in the car still felt wrong, dense and twitchy, like sound was always on the verge of returning. Jonah kept glancing in the rearview mirror, not out of habit, but out of instinct, not to check for headlights, but to see if the road was still there. For the first 100 miles it was. They stopped in a nowhere town off the interstate, another nameless motel, another fake name. Jonah paid in cash, eyes sunken, mouth dry. The clerk barely looked up from her phone. Elsie said nothing at all. They took their room and locked every door and window, drew every curtain, turned on every light. Jonah sat with his back to the wall all night, flashlight in his lap, too afraid to close his eyes. Sometime just before dawn, Elsie woke him. There's another. He blinked, confused, half asleep. Another what? Another gate, she whispered. I saw it. In a dream, but it wasn't like the others. It wasn't underground. Where? She didn't answer. Just drew something in the condensation on the window. A tall, rectangular building with no windows. A grain silo maybe, or a tower. Beneath it, a symbol, a spiral, wrapped in barbed lines. Jonah's blood went cold. He'd seen that symbol once before. On the wall of the basement, in the house on Grief Hollow Road. He hadn't thought much of it then. Just another of the dozens of strange, frantic carvings etched into the beams. But now it burned in his memory with sudden, terrifying clarity. It's waiting for us, Elsie said, voice soft. It knows we're coming. Jonah rubbed his face. What if we just stop? What if we run? Hide? Leave the country, change our names? Elsie shook her head. It wouldn't matter. The gates aren't just places, they're roots. They grow toward fear, toward pain. You don't find them, they find you. Her voice cracked on the last word. He put an arm around her, pulled her close. She was still trembling. Later that day, he stopped at a library in a small town, old building, barely held together by chipped bricks and nostalgia. No security cameras. No questions asked. He dug through records, silo collapses, underground bunkers, any place that had a spiral carved into its walls, or whispered names carved into the concrete. And he found it. A grain tower outside a rural parish 3 states south. Condemned after a group of hikers went missing nearby. Locals called it the humming place because, at night, it made sounds that didn't belong to machines or wind or anything natural. Sounded like breathing, or singing, or praying. The place had been fenced off for over a decade. Jonah sat back in his chair and stared at the yellowed newspaper. Elsie had already packed their things before he returned to the room. She met his eyes without asking. "Let's go," she said. They drove through the night. As they passed mile after mile of cornfields and empty rest stops, Jonah couldn't shake the feeling that the road was watching. Like the ground beneath them had eyes now. Like the pavement remembered every turn of the tires. It no longer felt like they were traveling through states or cities. It felt like they were moving deeper. Not geographically, existentially. The silo appeared at dawn, rising out of the flat land like a rotten tooth. Surrounded by tall grass and wrapped in rusted chain, link fence, it looked abandoned, but only recently. The metal door at its base was ajar. The wind moaned around it like a warning too tired to repeat itself. Jonah parked the car. "You ready?" Elsie didn't look at him. She stared at the silo with an expression that didn't belong to any child, and said, "I think this one knows my name." The wind changed the moment they stepped out of the car. It wasn't dramatic. Not a gust or a sudden storm, just a subtle shift. Like the air itself had turned its attention toward them. Jonah noticed it first in the silence. The kind of silence that doesn't just lack sound but actively absorbs it. No birds. No insects. No crunch of gravel underfoot. Their shoes made no sound as they approached the silo, and though the breeze moved the grass in restless waves, it didn't rustle. It whispered. Soft syllables without consonants, the same rhythm over and over, like breath spoken backwards. Elsie walked ahead of him, barefoot. Jonah had begged her to wear shoes, anything to protect her feet from the rust and decay that coated the place like a second skin, but she refused. She said it helped her feel the rhythm under the soil. She said the tower wouldn't speak to her if she dulled her senses. Jonah couldn't argue. Not anymore. Not after everything they'd seen. Not after 2 gates. The silo was taller than he expected. Taller than it should have been. It rose into the sky without end, a faded gray pillar streaked with rust, mold, and something black that glistened in the morning sun. The top of the tower vanished into the low, hanging fog, like it had detached itself from the world entirely. Jonah could feel it breathing. Not through air, but through presence. Like the silo was aware of him, of them, and had been waiting dormant until it could finally stretch its limbs and look. The metal door groaned open with a reluctant, wet squeal. Jonah stepped inside behind Elsie and was hit with the smell of rot and damp stone. But beneath it was something else. Something warm. Like old milk. Like something had once been alive here and had curdled into memory. The interior was vast and echoing, filled with heavy stillness. A rusted ladder stretched up the wall and disappeared into the darkness above, slick with condensation. But they didn't look up, because the singing had already begun. It was faint, barely audible. A hum that vibrated through the air like tension before a scream. Not a melody, not human. It sounded like wires straining under tension, or air escaping lungs that didn't want to exhale. Jonah turned slowly and saw the floor at the center of the silo was not solid. It was open. A perfect circle, 20 feet wide, descending into nothingness. Unlike the other gates, there was no pit of roots or tangled tendons. No tongues. No blood, just a black drop, polished smooth, humming like it remembered how to cry. Elsie stepped toward it. Jonah caught her arm. "No, we don't even know if this is another gate." She turned to him. "It is," she said, "but this one doesn't pull. It waits." He frowned. Waits for what? For the song to finish. Jonah didn't know what that meant, but something in her tone made his blood turn. He walked to the edge of the circle and stared down. No bottom. No steps. Just falling. Then he noticed them. Faintly etched symbols around the lip of the circle, like runes carved into bone. Different from before. These weren't chaotic or wild. These were precise, surgical, planned, and they pulsed, not in light, in sound. Each one vibrated at a different frequency, like notes. Like a song being written across time. Jonah backed away. "We shouldn't be here." Elsie sat down. cross-legged, calm, as if she belonged. "I think we were always coming here," she whispered. "I think this one's not a gate at all. I think it's a mouth. Not the kind that swallows. The kind that speaks." Jonah shook his head. "Speaks what?" She looked up at him. "The truth." The humming grew louder. The tower pulsed gently, like a throat preparing to speak. Jonah felt something beneath his feet shift. The subtlest movement, a tremble not of stone but of intention. He turned back to the door. They could leave. They should. But behind him, the darkness was changing, stretching. Becoming aware, Elsie spoke again, but it wasn't her voice. "It's not a god," she said in a language Jonah didn't know. Her eyes rolled white, her mouth opened wider than it should go. "It's not a demon. It's the echo of the first wound, the breath before the first name, the moment before something knew it was alive." Jonah backed away. "Stop. Stop it." She smiled. "It's singing now. That means we're almost there." The cymbals around the pit flared briefly, and a deep vibration rocked the floor. From above, something uncoiled. Not a rope, not a ladder. A vein. Long and black, it dropped slowly from the dark upper reaches of the silo, pulsing. Twitching like it had a pulse of its own. It hung in the air, swaying gently over the pit, like a tongue deciding which taste to choose. Jonah grabbed Elsie, tried to shake her from it. "Wake up!" She blinked. Her voice returned to normal. "It's almost done." "What is?" "The song." And then the vein dropped. Not toward her. Toward him. It wrapped around Jonah's leg in an instant, too fast to scream. The texture was slick and fibrous, like sinew wrapped in velvet. He was yanked forward toward the pit. He clawed at the floor, screaming. Elsie didn't move. She just watched.
Elsie!
He shrieked. Then she whispered, almost inaudibly, "This is what it wanted." She stood slowly and stepped in after him. The moment they both crossed the edge, the song stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than space, thicker than sleep. And as they fell together into the mouth of the tower, Jonah realized something horrifying. This wasn't the third gate. This was where the others had been spoken into being. They weren't entering a new place. They were falling into the memory of the first scream. There was no falling, not like before. This descent wasn't through air, but through remembrance. Through layers of thought that didn't belong to them, through pain etched into the spine of reality, like scars that had never healed. Jonah felt the movement, the motion, but there was no wind, no weight, just a slow unraveling, as if gravity had been replaced with memory, and the only thing pulling them down was the echo of what had come before. Beside him, Elsie wasn't screaming, she was humming. A slow, low vibration, the same rhythm as the silo, as the tower's song. It poured from her chest as though she were mimicking something older. Not copying, but remembering. Jonah tried to speak, to reach for her, but his voice was swallowed before it could even form. There was no breath, no time, no space to hold a word, only the steady collapse of self, and then ground. Not an impact, not a landing, just a suddenness. Like blinking and finding yourself standing. They were in a room, or the shape of one. The walls weren't walls. They were made of pulsing flesh and smoke, forming an architecture that moved as you looked at it. The ceiling was too far to see. The floor throbbed faintly, wet beneath their feet, and every few seconds, it exhaled. A long, low breath that came from underneath. There was light, but it didn't come from above or below. It seeped from the walls like warmth from dying embers. Jonah staggered, barely able to stand. His thoughts were thin, loose. Memories drifted in and out without order. His childhood, the birth of Elsie, the house on Grief Hollow, Clark screaming in the pit. They bled together into a college of sensation. He couldn't trust what was real anymore. Only that this room, this place, felt like the moment before a body flatlines, quiet, expectant. Elsie stood ahead of him, eyes locked on something. He followed her gaze. In the center of the chamber, something waited. Not a creature. Not a being. A presence. It hovered slightly above the floor, a mass of shifting shadows that shimmered like oil on water. Its form pulsed gently, but there was no center, no edges. Just movement, just intention. Like it was made of thought before it became shape. Jonah felt something behind his eyes, pressure. Not pain, but pressure. Then words, not spoken. Given. You are the interruption. Jonah stumbled back. The voice wasn't in his ears. It was inside him, woven into his nerves. You were not meant to survive the first gate. You were not meant to see the breath. You were not meant to remember. Elsie stepped forward, unfazed. She remembers, she said, pointing at herself. And that's why we're here. The presence shifted. Jonah felt his spine twist slightly, like something cold had curled around it. You have carried the name. Jonah turned to Elsie. What name? What is it talking about? But she wasn't looking at him anymore. She was staring into the thing at the center, like reading something on the surface of its skin. Her voice came out slow and precise. Vessel. That's what it's always called me. Not a name, a title. Something to be worn, passed on. Jonah's heart sank. No, she turned to him, and her face was soft, sad, but calm. I think it's always been me, from the beginning. The presence vibrated. You were the key that opened the song. You were the silence that followed the scream. You were the first hollow. Jonah shook his head. No. No, she's a child. She didn't choose any of this. Elsie looked at him, her expression unreadable. I think I did. Before I was me. Jonah took a step toward her. You don't have to finish this. I do, she said. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out the small, rusted piece of silver from the motel. The charm Clark had once given him. Jonah didn't even know she'd taken it. It had burned in his hand once. Burned with a light that didn't come from flame. Elsie walked toward the presence and held it out. This is the part you didn't expect, she said to it. The mass hesitated. Just slightly. And that's when the walls screamed. All at once. The chamber exploded in sound. Not physical, emotional, raw. Jagged memories flooded into Jonah's head, childbirth and death. First breaths and last words, endless cycles of grief. He dropped to his knees, clutching his skull, screaming. But Elsie remained standing. The charm in her hand began to glow. Bright, hot. She closed her eyes and spoke, "This is mine, not yours. You don't get to rewrite me. You don't get to hollow me out." The presence lunged. Its form stretched, pulled inward, spiraled around her like a storm. But the charm's light grew stronger, now white, now blinding. Jonah looked up just in time to see Elsie lift her head. She wasn't afraid. I remember now, she whispered. I was the first scream. But I'm also the last one you'll ever hear. And then, silence. Real, perfect silence. The kind that swallows the world whole. The presence convulsed once, twice, and shattered. It didn't explode. It collapsed inward, folding into itself, disappearing with a sound like breath pulled in too deep. The light vanished. The heat. The chamber dimmed. And the floor beneath them began to rise. They were ascending. Faster now. Rising through layers of echo, of dust, of blood-inked memory. The song had ended. The gates had stopped singing. And above them, the world returned. Brick by brick, light by light. They burst out of the silo, just as the sun broke over the horizon. The tower groaned one last time and died. Jonah fell to his knees. Elsie collapsed beside him, eyes closed. Not breathing. Elsie, he said, choking. He grabbed her shoulders. Elsie! No response. But then her chest rose. Slow, and she whispered, barely audible, "It's quiet now." Jonah wept. Not in fear. Not in grief. But in relief. Far behind them, the spiral stopped glowing. And for the first time since the house on Grief Hollow, the ground beneath their feet didn't whisper. It listened. The silence lingered longer than it should have. Long after the sun had cleared the horizon. Long after the wind picked up again, and the insects dared return to the tall grass, Jonah sat beside Elsie, watching her sleep with the kind of stillness that didn't come from peace, but from emptiness. Her chest rose and fell, shallow but steady, her lips twitching slightly as if she were whispering something only the dead could hear. She hadn't opened her eyes since the light consumed the silo. And Jonah, he didn't know what world he'd stepped back into. If it was the same one they'd left, or some stitched together echo of what used to be, the tower was gone, not destroyed. Gone. No rubble, no twisted metal or scorched ground. Just a clearing, green and damp with dew, as if the land had finally been allowed to exhale after holding its breath for centuries. The place where it once stood was soft now, soil tilled by some unseen force, dotted with sprouts of fresh growth that shouldn't have been possible. Life growing out of something that had never known how to live. Jonah didn't trust it. Life that comes too quickly always has a price. He touched Elsie's forehead, cool, but not cold. She was there, somewhere, drifting deep. He just didn't know how far she'd gone. It was nearly noon when she finally stirred. Jonah had dozed off, arms folded tight across his chest. A stick wedged between his fingers like it was the only weapon he had left. He woke to a sound, so soft he almost didn't hear it. Her breath hitching, a sharp inhale, followed by a single word, 3. He leaned toward her, hands shaking. Elsie. Her eyes fluttered open, red-rimmed, tired, older, not aged in the way children grow, but aged like wood after fire. 3, she repeated, voice hoarse. Jonah blinked. What do you mean? We've seen 3, she said. The house, the church, the silo. That's not all of them. He swallowed. How many more? I don't know, she whispered. But I saw a map. Her eyes weren't focusing right. She stared through him, her gaze fixed on something beyond the sky. Not like a map with roads, a pattern. They're placed in shapes, like teeth in a jaw. Jonah's skin crawled. Teeth. She nodded slowly. The gates are just the molars, the big ones, the ones meant to chew. But there are others, smaller, buried deeper, hidden under schools, prisons, hospitals, anywhere people don't speak about what's wrong. He sat back, cold. It made a horrible kind of sense. Every place they'd been had bled suffering. The house that fed on regret. The church that swallowed secrets. The tower that sang the names of the dead. These places hadn't been randomly chosen. They were part of something larger. A body maybe. Or a mouth. Jonah realized something then. He'd always thought they were dealing with places. But they weren't. They were dealing with something alive. And worse, something hungry. We stopped it, he said. More a question than a statement. Didn't we? Elsie turned her head slightly toward him. Just enough to meet his eyes. We stopped one of its songs. Jonah stared at her. Then what's next? She didn't answer. She just reached into her coat, threadbare, filthy, and pulled out a small, black stone, perfectly smooth, round, about the size of a jawbreaker. It pulsed faintly, like something asleep but dreaming. She placed it in his palm. It left this behind, she said, not on purpose. It's a piece of something. A fragment of what it uses to anchor. When the tower collapsed, it splintered. This was lodged in my ribs. Jonah nearly dropped it. Jesus, Elsie, I think we can use it. For what? To find the next one. He stared at the stone. It hummed faintly in his hand. A vibration that wasn't sound so much as memory. He could feel it calling, not to him, but to something else. And that something was listening. Somewhere. Waiting for this piece of itself to come home. Isn't that dangerous? He asked. What if it finds us first? It already knows where we are. She said quietly. It's just deciding what face to wear next. Jonah pocketed the stone without thinking. He didn't want to touch it again. But he knew he'd need it, like a compass carved out of bone. Or a key to a door you should never open but must. Because something worse is on the other side. They drove for days after that. Nowhere specific. Following the pull of the stone. It didn't speak. Not like the gates, but it guided. Through flickers in streetlights. Through static on the radio. Through dreams that made Jonah wake up screaming with the taste of soil in his mouth. They followed it because they had no choice. But by the 5th night, they knew where it was leading. Not south, not west, but home. Back toward the one place Jonah had sworn never to return. Grief Hollow. He stared at the road sign as they passed it. The letters had been replaced. The green was newer, less faded. The population count had gone up by 2, as if the town had started breathing again. "Why here?" he asked. Elsie stared out the window. Because the house was never the first. Jonah felt his throat tighten. "We burned it." She turned to him. "No, we burned the top. What's underneath is still there. It was never just a house, it was a symptom. And now it wants to show us the cause," Jonah whispered. Elsie nodded. Ahead of them, the clouds shifted, and in the brief flash of moonlight, he saw it. Not a structure, not a pit, a shape. Buried under the trees like a creature coiled in wait. And this time, it wasn't singing, it was smiling. Jonah didn't realize he'd stopped breathing until the car began to shake beneath his grip. His hands were welded to the steering wheel, knuckles white, arms locked. Ahead, the trees on the edge of Grief Hollow swayed as though they weren't moved by wind, but by something deeper. Like the soil itself was rolling with breath. The road curved down into the valley, and the moment they passed the last mile marker, it felt like the world folded inward. The air grew thick, syrupy. Even time seemed to slow, every second stretching, until sound bled through it like oil through gauze. He'd sworn never to return. He'd buried too much here. Clark. The first gate, the first scream, the boy he used to be. But the stone in his pocket buzzed now with urgency. Like it knew where it belonged, like it had tasted home and refused to be denied. Elsie hadn't spoken since they crossed the county line. She sat unnaturally still, lips slightly parted, eyes blinking in perfect rhythm, as if counting something. Jonah stole a glance at her, heart pounding. She looked smaller in the passenger seat now. Not physically, but weakened, thinned somehow. As if whatever she'd pulled from that third gate had drained a piece of her that wasn't growing back. "What if it's not a gate this time?" he asked quietly. She turned her head slowly. "It isn't." He stared at the road again. "Then what is it?" "A route." Her voice had no tremble, no weight, like she was reciting a fact too old to feel anymore. "What does that mean?" "It means we weren't supposed to see it." Not yet. Not until we'd passed through more of the gates. But the stone, it changed things. It cracked the order. Jonah's mouth went dry. "So we're skipping steps." "No," she said. "We're cutting through." The town emerged through the trees like a bruise rediscovered. Familiar yet warped. Buildings sagged where they once stood firm, and power lines drooped like nooses. Jonah couldn't tell if the town was dying or if something underneath was pulling it inward, feeding. They drove in silence through the empty streets until they reached the lot where the house once stood. There was no house. There never had been. At least, not anymore. The earth where it once stood was smooth now, flattened, blackened, not burnt, peeled. The topsoil was missing, as if something had inhaled it clean off the ground. The trees around the lot leaned away from it now, their branches contorted in unnatural shapes, bark twisted and split. Jonah stepped out of the car and felt it instantly, the tremble beneath his boots. A rhythm, slow and deep, like a heartbeat buried miles below. Elsie walked to the center of the lot and crouched. "It's closer to the surface here." Jonah followed her gaze. At her feet, etched in the earth, was a spiral. Again. But this one was different. This one moved. Not visually. Not in any way a camera could capture. But he felt it. The edges breathed. The lines flexed. The spiral wasn't a symbol. It was a mouth, a wound, and it was open. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone. The moment it touched the spiral, the ground split with a soundless scream. A long, straight crack erupted through the soil, and the spiral peeled apart like lips parting around a secret. Beneath it, blackness, pure and whole. No stairs, no light, just the suggestion of depth. Elsie stood. "It's not asking us to come in." Jonah looked at her. "Then what does it want?" Her eyes met his. "It wants to come out." The wind stopped. Somewhere deep below, something shifted. Not a step, a stretch. Jonah dropped the stone into the wound. There was no sound when it landed, just breath. It came up from the spiral like steam, brushing his face with invisible fingers. His vision blurred. And then, images, flashes, memories. But not his, not Elsie's, something older. Too old to be real. Fire, screaming. A cave mouth in a land with no name. A voice without words birthing something without shape. The first time a lie was told. The first time a truth was buried to keep something from waking. He stumbled back, gasping. "I saw it," he said. "I saw what this is." Elsie didn't blink. "So did I. That's why we can't stay here." He looked at her. "What do you mean?" "If we do," she said, "it'll grow faster. Because we know now. The spiral feeds on recognition, on comprehension. Every time someone sees it and understands, it roots deeper. It wants witnesses." Jonah's knees gave out. He dropped to the ground, shaking. "Then what do we do?" Elsie looked to the horizon, to the way the clouds curved unnaturally over the town, forming shapes too deliberate to be chance. "We run. That's not a plan." "No," she said. "It's a warning." She reached into her bag and pulled out something wrapped in cloth. Unrolled it. A photograph. Of the house. Before it burned. Before they even entered. Jonah's mouth dropped open. "That's not possible. I didn't take it," she said. "It was waiting in my room the day after we left the silo." He picked it up with trembling fingers. The house stood tall, untouched. In the window, two figures. A man, a girl, both looking outward, not at the camera, at him. The spiral was behind them, carved into the glass. Jonah dropped the photo like it had burned him. "Someone's rewriting things." Elsie shook her head. "No, something is replaying them." He turned back to the spiral in the earth. It was closing now. Slowly. Like an eye, unsatisfied. It hadn't gotten what it wanted. Not yet. But it would. And it would show them how far down the spiral truly went. Because this wasn't the end. Not even close. Jonah didn't sleep that night. He sat on the motel bed, back against the wall, staring through the flimsy curtain at the empty street beyond. Nothing moved out there. No cars. No people, not even the twitch of a branch in the breeze. The town was too quiet again, too still. And in the stillness, he felt the slow, creeping weight of memory. Not his own. Something borrowed, something grafted onto him. Like a foreign thought that didn't quite fit but refused to leave. The spiral was closing, yes, but it hadn't disappeared. It had simply grown smarter. Jonah could still feel its pulse beneath the soles of his feet, a deep rhythm humming in counter to his own heartbeat. It had learned from them, adapted. Elsie sat cross-legged on the other bed, reading one of Clark's old journals. She had them all now, rescued pages and notebooks once scribbled in frantic isolation, now neatly organized, preserved with care. Jonah didn't know how she'd found them. He hadn't asked. Nothing about Elsie surprised him anymore. She existed now as something between memory and prophecy, a girl who had crossed too many thresholds to ever be called ordinary again. "They never end," she said quietly, eyes still on the page. "What?" Jonah asked. "The gates," she whispered. "Clark wrote that the spiral isn't just a thing. It's a direction. A motion. Every gate is a layer, not a place. Once you step into the first, you start spinning down. It doesn't stop unless you tear the spiral apart." Jonah leaned forward. "And how do we do that?" She looked up. "We don't. Someone did, once. A long time ago. That's what the root is." He blinked. "The one we just found." She nodded. "It's not the beginning. It's the scar. A point where something tore out of the spiral mid-spin. Where someone refused to keep going. But whatever they did, it didn't kill it. It just made it change direction. It went underground. It spread slower. It waited." Jonah felt the weight of those words sink into his bones. He turned away from the window. "So what does it want now?" "Us." Elsie shook her head. "No, it wants remembrance." He frowned. "It feeds on people remembering," she explained. "On people knowing just enough to carry pieces of it forward. Not enough to understand fully, just enough to whisper. Write it down. Draw it. Pass it on like folklore or madness. Jonah remembered the carving in the basement wall, the whispers in the church pews, the song in the silo. All of it, the same story in different tongues. Each place was a seed, buried in blood and silence. And the journals, he asked. Kindling, she said. If we're not careful, we'll become kindling too. Jonah stood up, pacing. So what do we do? Burn them. No, she said sharply. We need them. Not to spread it, but to follow it. Clark didn't just record, he tracked. He stopped pacing. Tracked what? She held up a page. A map, hand-drawn, incomplete. Circles connected by crude spirals, each labeled in frantic shorthand. Some had been crossed out violently. Others were surrounded in thick, looping arrows. At the center, a black mark in the shape of a mouth. Jonah stared. That one. Elsie nodded. That's where he stopped. Jonah pointed. We were just there. That's Grief Hollow. No, she said. Grief Hollow is the edge of it. The place Clark almost crossed before he broke. This, she tapped the mark. This is where he saw it. Where he looked into the real spiral. Jonah sat down slowly. His hands felt cold. What happened to him there? Elsie's voice went soft. He came back blind. He looked up. What? Not physically. Not completely. Just wrong. Her hands tightened around the book. He stopped speaking. Stopped writing. He started digging. He built walls in the house to keep things out, but they weren't physical things. They were thoughts. Memories. Echoes. He was trying to trap the pieces that followed him home. Jonah rubbed his eyes. Jesus. Elsie nodded. He was the last one who tried to map the spiral. And it broke him. But if we want to stop it, we need to finish what he started. Outside, the streetlight flickered, then died. A moment later, the one beside it buzzed to life. Jonah looked at Elsie. They're listening. They always were, she said. But now they're waiting. He stood again. So what's next? She didn't answer. Instead, she got off the bed, walked to the desk, and pulled open a worn leather folder. Inside, dozens of clippings, headlines, obituaries, police reports, all tied to strange events, disappearances, spontaneous fires, unexplained structures found in basements that shouldn't have existed. She handed him one. 8 years ago, she said, a hospital burned down in Michigan. 5 children survived. Every single one of them still has night terrors. They all draw spirals. Every time they sleep, they see a hallway with no walls. Jonah's hands trembled. How do you know? She turned over the clipping. On the back, in Clark's handwriting, second mouth, stitches in the walls. Don't let them hum. Jonah read it twice. Then again. We go there, she said. We find out what's still speaking beneath the ash. He looked out the window one last time before they packed. In the distance, under the hum of the power lines, he thought he saw something crouched at the edge of the motel parking lot. Something tall. Watching. Not moving. Just waiting. But when he blinked, it was gone. They didn't say goodbye to the town. They never did. Because you can't say goodbye to something that follows you. You just keep moving, and hope the spiral turns slower next time. The fire had erased everything except the shape. What used to be St. Adrian's Children's Hospital was now a smoldered husk forgotten on the outskirts of a town that refused to name it. 8 years had gone by, and still no one rebuilt. No one bought the land. The chain, link fence, that wrapped around the perimeter had rusted to dust in places, and the warning signs were so faded they looked like fog pressed into metal. But the building, what was left of it, still stood. Part skeleton, part shadow, it leaned at odd angles like it didn't fully understand gravity anymore. Jonah parked 2 blocks away. Neither of them spoke. The ride there had been quiet, filled with moments that felt borrowed. Like the world had allowed them to pass through, but not for free. Elsie clutched the folder of reports in her lap the whole drive, her fingers twitching every so often, as if brushing against memories that didn't belong to her. The moment the hospital came into view, The stone in Jonah's pocket began to hum again, but it didn't guide this time. It warned. Its rhythm was different now. Uneven. Sick. "This place isn't dormant," Elsie said as they stepped out. Jonah nodded. Something still breathing in there. And he could feel it. Not in his ears. Not even in his gut. But in his blood. His veins itched, like the ash from the burned walls had slipped into the air and threaded itself into him, whispering through his arteries. Every step closer felt like walking back into a memory that wasn't his, but one that wanted to be. They crossed the threshold of the fence without resistance. The door was gone, just a twisted frame and a half, melted exit sign still dangling by one wire, swaying though there was no wind. Inside, the walls were blackened with soot and stripped bare, but the fire hadn't taken everything. Some of the hallway lights still flickered. Some of the floor tiles were clean. Too clean. As if someone had tried to rebuild only certain parts. "It's wrong," Elsie whispered. "The damage isn't right." Jonah didn't ask what she meant. He could see it too. Rooms that should have been hollowed by flame were untouched. Others, nowhere near the fire's reported origin, were obliterated. Walls melted down to bone, like rebar. Every now and then, they'd pass a door that was perfectly intact, unburned, its knob warm to the touch. Behind those doors, they didn't look. Eventually, they found the children's wing. Room numbers faded into symbols the moment they stepped into it. No longer digits, but spirals, scratched into plaster and scrawled in crayon. The walls here were covered in handprints, small ones, pressed in soot, forming chains along the baseboards like children had crawled along them in the dark. Some prints overlapped in strange, impossible ways, spiraling like wheel spokes. Jonah's breathing turned shallow. He reached for his flashlight, but the moment he clicked it on, it shorted. Elsie froze. Her eyes went wide. "It's here." "What is?" She turned to him. The mouth, the second one. Jonah's blood iced. "You're sure?" She pointed to the center of the hallway. The floor there had collapsed, revealing a blackened hole beneath, its edges smoothed down as if melted into a perfect circle. A dark pulse came from it. No sound, but a thrum that pressed into the space behind Jonah's eyes like a migraine without pain. He stepped closer. Peered in. There were stairs. Charred, cracked, descending into pitch. And beneath it, something shifted. Not movement, exactly. More like rearrangement. Like it was getting into position. Elsie took a deep breath. If Clark was right, this is where the spiral folds inward. This is where it changes shape. Jonah swallowed. Into what? She didn't answer. They descended in silence. Each step groaned beneath them, but never broke. The ash on the walls thickened as they moved down, coating their lungs, making it harder to think. Words started to echo before they were even spoken, whispering in reverse, as if the walls were trying to remember the sound of their thoughts before they were formed. At the bottom, they found the door. It wasn't supposed to be there, not in a hospital, not anywhere. Tall, narrow, carved from something not wood. No handle. Just a spiral etched at heart level, faintly glowing. "It's not locked," Elsie whispered. Jonah raised a hand, hesitated. His fingers barely touched the spiral before the door inhaled. That's the only way to describe it. It didn't open. It breathed in, and the walls around it pulled with it, as if the entire hallway had lungs. A vacuum of thought, memory, light, all gone in an instant. When Jonah opened his eyes, the world had changed. He was no longer underground. He was in a room made of fabric. It rippled gently, like wind across a tarp, but there was no air. The floor was soft, dark. The ceiling stretched higher than he could see, draped in something that moved like smoke but weighed like flesh. He turned, and beside him, Elsie. She was staring ahead, frozen. Jonah followed her gaze. The children stood there, all 5 of them, just like in the reports, pale, thin, blank-eyed, none older than 9. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stood, hands at their sides, as if waiting for a cue. The spiral was behind them now, not on a wall, but suspended in mid-air, turning slowly, impossibly. Not flat, not dimensional. Something else. A logic made visible, a rule unraveling. They were never rescued, Elsie whispered. Jonah turned to her, stunned. They survived the fire. But they didn't leave. Her voice cracked. They stayed here. In this shape. This false room. Something took them before they were found. Jonah tried to speak, and then the children opened their mouths. But they didn't scream. They sang. One note. Flat, low, continuous. The spiral spun faster. The room shivered. And from the shadows behind the children something stepped forward. Not a figure. Not a creature. A copy of Jonah. Skin slack. Eyes too large. Mouth too wide. It opened its arms like an old friend and said, in Jonah's own voice, "You brought the girl." Jonah backed away. "What is this?" The copy smiled. "She has the name. I have the door." Behind it, the spiral pulsed once. And the real Jonah knew. This wasn't a memory. It was a warning. The second mouth had opened. And it wasn't finished speaking. Jonah didn't run. Not because he wasn't afraid, but because his body forgot how. He stood paralyzed in the center of the soft, shifting floor, staring at the thing wearing his face. It smiled with teeth too white, too even, like they'd been carved and set rather than grown. Its arms were still open, that grotesque mimicry of welcome. Behind it, the spiral turned faster, distorting everything around it: light, sound, even the space itself. The 5 children stood motionless, mouths still open, humming that endless note that pressed into Jonah's bones like pressure from the deep sea. Elsie whispered, "It's not copying you. It's showing you." Jonah tore his eyes from the double and looked at her. She hadn't moved. Her eyes shimmered, not with light but with recognition. The kind that weighs down the soul. He wanted to ask her what she meant, but he couldn't speak. Not just fear. Something else had gripped his throat. Not strangling. Holding. The double cocked its head. "You think it lives in rooms," it said in his voice. "You think it hides in gates, or doors, or fire. But the spiral doesn't hide. It waits. It curls in your blood. It whispers in silence. It grows when you remember." Its eyes turned to Elsie. "You're the loudest memory it's ever had." Elsie clenched her fists, but her arms trembled. "I didn't choose to be." "No," the thing said, "but you became. And now you carry the shape, the final piece." Jonah stepped forward. "If you touch her, I'll—" "You'll what?" The double interrupted, smiling wider. "Protect her. Kill me." "I'm not here, Jonah. I'm the space you left behind. I'm the moment after your first scream that never got quiet." And she, its hand pointed slowly toward Elsie, she's the last person who hasn't forgotten what that scream meant. The spiral pulsed. The hum rose. Elsie dropped to her knees. Jonah rushed to her side. Her skin was burning cold. Her eyes flickered, pupils contracting and expanding out of sync. "Elsie," he said, shaking her. "Come on, stay with me," she whispered. "It's inside." Jonah froze. "What is?" "The spiral. It's inside me, not as a thing, as a place. It knows I remember, and now it's trying to stretch through that, to pull outward." Jonah turned to the copy. "You said she has the name. What name?" The thing grinned. The first word spoken before language. The name that cracked silence open like an egg. The name buried under your tongue since the day you heard the first scream. "I never heard it." "You did," it said gently. "You just survived it." The spiral behind it surged outward, warping the room like a stomach contracting mid-spasm. The children's humming stopped. All at once. Their mouths closed, their heads turned in unison toward Jonah, and they spoke. "She will open the 4th, they said together, voices as flat and steady as a dial tone. Jonah shook his head. "No, we're not opening any more. We've seen enough." The children blinked in sync. "You don't get to see. You get to remember." And that's when Jonah realized what the spiral truly was. Not a place, not a thing, a recording. A method of storing not just sound or time or memory, but repetition. The spiral didn't open gates. It reminded them how to be opened. Every gate they'd crossed wasn't a discovery. It was a reenactment. A re-telling. And they were the players brought back again and again to perform the memory of opening it. "We're not characters in a story," Jonah muttered. "We're the story trying to erase itself." The double clapped, delighted. "Finally. And what does a story do when it wants to die?" Elsie stirred in his arms. "It lets the wrong ones read it." The spiral froze mid-turn. The double's smile vanished. Jonah looked down at her. "What did you say?" She opened her eyes. Black, not fully. Just the pupils stretched wide, pulling in light, reflecting nothing. "I've read too much," she said. "I saw past the ending. Past even the name. I saw the thing before the spiral. And I know where the real door is." The double took a step back. The children began to hum again, more frantic now, their feet twitching against the soft ground. "You were supposed to forget," the copy hissed.
You were supposed to forget.
I remembered. She stood, legs trembling but steady. I remembered where the spiral was born, and then she reached into her pocket and pulled out something Jonah had never seen. A second stone, rougher, sharper. Etched with two spirals interlocked like snakes, it pulsed so hard the air around it cracked. The children screamed, not just sound, but rage. The spiral in the air collapsed inward with a loud snap, like a joint being dislocated. The double lunged. Jonah caught it mid-charge, tackling it to the ground. But it didn't fight like a man. It writhed, limbs bending the wrong way. Mouth stretching open in a howl that sounded like a city screaming. Its breath stank of ash and oil. Jonah slammed his fist into its face, again and again, until it stopped moving. When he looked up, Elsie was holding the stone to her chest. "I'm ending this one," she said. "No!" The children shrieked. "Yes," and she spoke the name. No sound came out, but Jonah heard it. Every atom in his body twisted sideways. He vomited blood. The copy beside him burst into smoke, and the room remembered how to die. The walls folded. The floor vanished. The spiral evaporated into fine black dust, and Jonah blinked. They were back in the basement, just like that. Concrete, cold, burned pipes, smoke, real again. Elsie collapsed beside him, the stone cracked in her hand. He caught her before she hit the ground. "Did we stop it?" he whispered. Her eyes fluttered open. No. His heart stopped. "But we bought time," she added. Jonah breathed, shaky. "How much time?" She looked toward the far wall, where a new spiral had just begun to etch itself into the cement. Enough to find the fifth. The spiral on the wall didn't grow like a carving. It bloomed. First a crack, then a line, then a curl too precise to be a coincidence. Jonah watched it form with the creeping certainty of someone staring into a growing tumor. There was no tool doing the work, no visible hand dragging the line. The wall simply became the spiral, like it had always been there, waiting for their eyes to catch up, and as it twisted wider, the air thickened, sharp with the scent of scorched paper and something deeper. Damp soil, old and disturbed. Elsie was still crumpled beside him. The stone she'd used to banish the copy lay shattered in her palm, its shards humming faintly. She looked up at him, her face pale, lashes clumped from tears she hadn't realized had fallen. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse, like something inside her had been sanded raw. "I didn't think the fifth would show itself this fast." Jonah helped her sit up. "It wasn't supposed to, was it?" She shook her head. "No, not for weeks, maybe months. But we said the name. That speeds things up." He looked back at the spiral on the wall. It wasn't spinning, not this time. It just sat there, unmoving, as if watching. Or worse, remembering. "We're not resting, are we?" he asked. "No," she replied. "This one doesn't wait." That night, they didn't check into a motel. They drove. For hours. Without music. Without speaking. Just the hum of tires and the low crackle of radio static that wouldn't go away, even with the volume off. The spiral was calling, and the car moved like it already knew the way. Neither of them looked at the GPS. Elsie had torn the cord from it 3 towns back. They stopped in a place that didn't have a name. Just a dented green road sign with the word welcome shot clean through. The buildings here were intact but empty. No cars, no animals, no lights in the windows. And yet it didn't feel abandoned. It felt occupied, like something watched them from inside the houses, just beneath the floorboards. Jonah parked in front of a building that looked like it used to be a school. 3 stories. Windows covered with newspaper so yellowed it had gone gray. No graffiti, no vandalism, just neglect. The kind that settles in slowly like a fog that forgets to leave. "The 5th room is here," Elsie said, already unbuckling her seatbelt. Jonah nodded. "What makes you so sure?" She opened her coat, revealing her forearm. The spiral was growing on her skin, not drawn, not tattooed. Rising like a scar healing the wrong way. Jonah's stomach turned. "Is it hurting you?" She shook her head. "Not yet." They stepped into the building without forcing the door. It swung open for them, hinges groaning like lungs exhaling dust. Inside, the air was thick with moisture. No mold, no rot, just wetness. Like the rooms were sweating. The spiral on Elsie's arm began to pulse with light, guiding them through the dim corridors. Each step echoed oddly. The acoustics off, as if the walls were absorbing sound and spitting it back a second later, twisted. They passed classrooms filled with broken desks, chalkboards smeared with symbols neither could read. No human presence, but too many signs that people had been. In the 3rd hallway, they found it. The door was narrow, wood, perfectly clean compared to the rest of the school. No dust, no cracks, no rust on the knob. Just a single word scrawled across it in chalk sleep. Jonah reached out to touch it. Elsie stopped him. "We're not going to sleep," she said. "Not like before." He looked at her. "Then what are we doing?" She stared at the door for a long moment. "We're going to wake it up." Jonah didn't want to ask what it was. He just turned the knob. The door opened into black. Not darkness. Black. As if color and light had been carved out. They stepped inside, and the door closed behind them without sound. Then the floor dropped. Not suddenly, but like a breath being held. They weren't falling. They were sinking. And as they sank, they heard it breathing. All around them. Shallow. Rapid. The breath of something not asleep, but pretending. Then came the voices. Whispers. Fragmented. Like half-forgotten thoughts spat out at random. She blinked and forgot the room had a floor. He swallowed the key and opened his mouth anyway. "We slept because we weren't allowed to scream." The bed never stopped chewing. Jonah closed his eyes, gripping Elsie's hand. Her fingers were cold but firm. And then they landed. The blackness receded, giving way to pale yellow light. They stood in a bedroom. Small, childlike. A twin bed, rumpled and soaked with sweat. A nightstand holding a melted candle. The walls were papered in children's drawings. All spirals, some tight and neat, others wide and frantic. There was no window, no exit. Elsie moved first. "This is the 5th room," she said. Jonah looked around. "It looks like a memory." "It is, but not ours." He stepped closer to the bed. There was something under the blanket. Not a body. Just a shape, indistinct, breathing. "Should we wake it?" he asked. "We already did," she replied. The shape under the blanket twitched. A low hum began to rise. Not from the shape. From inside the walls. Like thousands of tiny voices, vibrating in unison. The air thickened. The room tilted, and the bed opened its mouth. Jonah screamed. Not because of what he saw, but because he recognized it. The thing inside the bed wasn't just some twisted nightmare. It was the first gate, rebuilt, reborn. The house on Grief Hollow had followed them here. The spiral never moved forward. It just kept returning, smaller and deeper, coiling into itself with more precision each time. Jonah staggered back. It's not opening more rooms. It's making one room over and over until we can't tell which was the first. Elsie fell to her knees, sobbing. "We're not supposed to escape." He looked down at her. "Then what are we supposed to do?" She looked up, her spiral-lit eyes full of something worse than fear. "We're supposed to remember it forever." Jonah wasn't sure how long he'd been staring into the bed's mouth. It wasn't just a cavity between sheets. It was a hole in logic, a rupture in understanding. The mattress had peeled open like skin, not torn but parted, revealing not organs or springs, but a hallway descending into itself, lined with wallpaper that pulsed like breathing tissue. The deeper he looked, the more it felt like the bed wasn't just in the room. It was the room. It was watching them, waiting to be noticed more completely. It didn't want to be escaped. It wanted to be understood. Beside him, Elsie had gone silent again. She wasn't crying anymore, just rocking slightly, her palms pressed over her ears, lips moving without sound. He wanted to touch her shoulder, to shake her out of it, but something in his gut told him not to. There were rules here, unspoken ones. Every movement felt like a choice the spiral would punish if made too soon. Jonah took a careful step back from the bed. The room breathed in response. The candle on the nightstand flared, then steadied. He turned slowly, trying to make sense of what had changed, and then noticed the drawings on the wall. They weren't still. The spirals had begun to turn. Slowly, imperceptibly, like watching the hands of a clock you knew were moving, but couldn't quite catch in motion. But these spirals weren't just turning. They were warping, unfolding like blueprints. One of them looked like the house, another like the church, another, unmistakably, was the silo. And now there was a new one. A bedroom, small and ordinary, with a bed whose mouth opened like a tunnel into somewhere else entirely. They were being mapped. Elsie finally spoke. Her voice was hollow. We're inside the memory of the first dreamer. Jonah turned to her. What does that mean? She looked up, her spiral eyes flickering. Before the gates were places, they were dreams. Someone, somewhere, imagined the spiral first, and it listened. This room, it belongs to them. Jonah's mouth went dry. Is it still dreaming? Elsie nodded. No matter how many doors we shut, this one never wakes. Suddenly, the candle sputtered. The shadows lengthened unnaturally, pooling in corners they hadn't touched before, and from beneath the bed, deep within that winding, impossible tunnel, a voice rose. Not loud, not cruel, just tired. Who's in my story now? Jonah took a step back. His legs hit the nightstand. Elsie stood shakily, wiping her mouth. It's him, she whispered. The first. The dreamer Clark found but couldn't face. The voice continued. You took my house, you burned my church, and you stilled my tower, and still you came deeper. Jonah called out, Who are you? Silence. Then you are. Elsie grabbed Jonah's hand. It's using our memories against us, trying to bind the spiral to our names. If we speak again, we give it roots. Jonah nodded slowly, holding his breath. The bed's mouth began to move. Not close move. The entire frame shifted on the floor, dragging itself an inch closer. The candlelight trembled with each motion. The hallway within the bed pulsed like a throat-swallowing thought. Then, the mattress hissed. A sound like wind moving through wet leaves. Another whisper, then I'll wear your shape again. The voice was Jonah's this time. And then, without warning, another figure sat up in the bed. Jonah's knees buckled. It was him. Same clothes, same haircut, same scars, but wrong. There was something missing from its eyes. No depth, no weight, just a reflection of light that never landed. It looked around the room and smiled. I remember now, it said. Jonah's heart slammed against his ribs. Elsie whispered, it's stitching loops. Using every step we've taken to rewind itself tighter. The spiral's becoming more efficient, shorter, sharper. Soon it won't need gates. It'll be the gate. The double stood, the bed folding behind it like a closing wound. This is the last shape I needed, it said. I've worn your fear, your guilt, but now I wear your expectation. That's the most dangerous thing you ever gave me. The belief you can stop me. Jonah felt the world narrowing. His mind reeled, looking for something, anything, to anchor to. And then he remembered. Clark's journal. The unfinished map. The mark he'd made in the center. The mouth. Jonah reached into his coat, and pulled out the last scrap of the journal. The page Elsie had saved. It was torn, blood-stained, but the sender held a message that hadn't made sense before. Os imthefh or wax dionophight dionatran. Alright, Jonah dropped to his knees, pulled a pen from his boot, and began scribbling on the floor. He didn't know what to say, only that he had to say something else. Something true. Not a memory, not a warning, a story. One new. I walked into the spiral, he muttered, but it didn't like what I brought. I brought a girl who wouldn't forget. I brought a name I wasn't given. I brought a voice that changed the echo. The double staggered, its face rippled. Elsie caught on, knelt beside him, and added her own words. I dreamed of the bed, but I didn't dream the tunnel. I dreamed the light beyond it. I dreamed outward. The room shuddered. The walls cracked. The spirals on the paper curled back on themselves. Jonah kept writing. I broke the loop. The double screamed. The bed folded in on itself, devouring its own tunnel. And just like that, the fifth room began to unravel, not explode, not collapse. Forget. The drawings peeled. The candle turned to dust. The voice went silent. And when Jonah looked up again, they were outside, back on the steps of the school. No blood, no burns, just the scent of air after rain. Elsie looked at him. Her voice trembled. We didn't end it. No, he agreed, but we made it forget us. And behind them, the school exhaled its last breath. The spiral, for now, was blind. They didn't speak for a long time after the fifth room vanished. The school behind them stood as it always had, cracked bricks, streaked windows, a rusted flagpole pointing at a sky that seemed to forget how to move. But something had changed. Not in the world around them, in the air between them. A pressure had lifted, not gone, not defeated, but blinded like a predator dazed by light, its mouth snapping shut just long enough for prey to slip out of reach. Jonah walked a few paces into the street and stared down the empty road. The town hadn't returned to life. No birds, no dogs, no signs of electricity. Just a static hush like the world was holding its breath. Behind him, Elsie sat on the school's crumbling steps, her head in her hands. Her spiral-marked arm pulsed dimly, the light faint now, fading with every passing second. Whatever had bloomed inside her during the descent into that bedroom had begun to wither. She looked smaller again, not weak, spent, like she had survived a sickness that hadn't finished leaving. Jonah finally turned to her. We need to find a place it can't reach. She lifted her head slowly. There is no such place. There has to be, he said. If the spiral feeds on memory, then we need to go somewhere unwritten, somewhere outside its map. Elsie stood, brushing ash from her coat. Then we need to go back. Further than anyone ever has. Jonah frowned. Back where? To the origin, she said. Where the spiral wasn't drawn but heard. Where it was still a sound and not yet a shape. Jonah blinked. That place isn't real. She looked at him. It is if we believe it never happened. That sentence hung in the air like smoke in a closed room. He wanted to ask her what she meant, but he already knew. Clark had hinted at it in his journals. In those final fractured entries, lines that suggested not just physical locations, but temporal wounds. Moments where the spiral slipped through reality not with footsteps, but echoes. You're talking about untime, Jonah said. Elsie nodded. Clark called it the silent arc. A fragment of time looped around a scream no one ever heard. Jonah remembered the drawing. The incomplete circle Clark had sketched, broken at the bottom by a jagged line. A spiral with a missing tooth. It's not a gate, Elsie continued. It's a silence. A room that exists before remembering begins. If we can step into that, we might see the spiral from the outside. Jonah stared at her. And if we do, then maybe we can stop it from curling in the first place. That thought was too big, too impossible, but in the face of everything they'd seen. How the gates reformed, how the spiral rewrote places, people, selves. It felt like the only move left. Jonah nodded. Then we need to find it. Elsie opened her bag and pulled out the last unmarked page from Clark's journal. A blank sheet, save for one thing, a date, 04/17 till 1913. And beneath it, a place where the coal veins cracked. Jonah swallowed hard. That was the year of the Marrowfield collapse. A mining disaster buried under a century of mystery. Official reports said gas pockets. Rumors claimed otherwise. Men coming up blind, humming. Hands turned backwards. Some said the tunnels grew overnight. That when they dug, the earth was already hollow. That they weren't mining into something, but trying to get out. Elsie traced the name with her finger. This is where Clark believed the first echo occurred. Not a gate, not a spiral. Just a moment, before language. Jonah looked at the page again. And what are we supposed to do there? Dig? No, she said. Listen. They left that night. No bags, no clothes. Just Clark's page, the fractured stones, and the feeling that every second the spiral remained blind was a second borrowed from something much worse than death. The drive to Marrowfield was long and silent. The roads thinned the closer they got, cell signals vanished, and towns stopped being towns, just blinking gas station lights and houses half swallowed by trees. Marrowfield itself wasn't marked on the map anymore. They found it only by rumor, a sliver of land pressed between two ridges, where the sky always looked wrong, like it forgot what color it was supposed to be. The mine entrance had long since collapsed. Or so it appeared. They parked near the rusted warning gate and climbed over. The ground beyond had a different feel. Too soft. Like walking across a skin stretched too tight over a drum. And the closer they got to the pit where the mine once breathed, the more the silence grew, not just quiet, dead, the kind of hush that doesn't belong outdoors. No wind, no birds, no insects, just absence. Then Elsie stopped walking. This is it. Jonah followed her gaze. A crack in the earth, only a foot wide but impossibly deep. When he knelt beside it, he heard nothing. No wind through stone, no dripping water, just stillness, until he leaned closer. Then a breath, not warm, not human, but steady. Measured. He recoiled. It's breathing. Elsie nodded. It's remembering. She took a shard of the broken spiral stone from her coat pocket and dropped it into the crack. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the ground beneath them trembled. Not a quake, not violence, a heartbeat. And around them, the air turned gray. Not fog, not mist, but a draining of all color. The trees, the sky, even their skin, washed pale like a memory fading mid-thought. Elsie's voice cut through it. We're leaving the part of the world that's been recorded. Jonah tried to move, but his legs resisted. Not with pain, with numbness. Like the rules of this place were unsure whether he was part of them yet. Elsie reached for his hand. Don't hold your breath. Why? Because if you do, this place thinks you're dead. And then the crack widened. Not by force, but invitation. Like the spiral had finally remembered where it came from, and now wanted them to see the moment it first forgot itself. Together, they stepped into the split, and the earth closed behind them. The world inside the crack was not dark. It was colorless. Jonah expected to feel stone under his feet, the scrape of soil or the chill of subterranean air. But there was nothing. No texture. No sound. No gravity as he knew it. Just a blankness that extended in every direction, as if they were walking through the negative space between thoughts. His steps made no sound. Even his breath didn't echo. The only proof that he still existed was Elsie's hand clasped in his. It was the one constant, the single real thing left in a world that had been drained of everything but memory. And even that was starting to slip. He couldn't recall how many steps they'd taken, or when they last blinked. Time, here, was an idea with no weight. Elsie moved ahead slightly. Guided by instinct or pull, Jonah couldn't tell. The spiral on her arm no longer glowed. It had sunk into her skin, still there, but hidden beneath the surface like a bruise in waiting. This isn't just before the spiral, she said quietly. Her voice muffled like it was being filtered through gauze. It's before any shape. Before thought turned into sound. This is the silence that held the first word. Jonah stared at her. What does that even mean? She stopped and turned. It means there's no story here yet. No lines, no path, no us. He tried to swallow, but even the motion felt abstract. So what are we doing here? She didn't answer. Not with words. She let go of his hand and raised both arms, palms facing the void, and then she began to hum. Not a song, not a melody, just a tone. Steady, low, impossible. Jonah felt it, not in his ears but in his teeth, in his spine. It rolled through the space like a ripple in glass, distorting everything around her. The nothingness quivered. Lines began to suggest themselves, not form, not substance, but intent. Shapes trying to happen. And then, slowly, the void answered, a second tone, higher, hollow. The spiral, Jonah realized, wasn't born from violence. It was born from harmony, one sound calling another into existence. A response, a meeting point. But that also meant it was an accident, he whispered. Elsie looked at him. The spiral, it didn't mean to happen. It wasn't summoned. It formed because two notes touched. Her eyes widened. The first spiral was a misunderstanding. Before either could process that truth, the space split. Not with sound, not with light, but with recognition. The void saw them. And the moment it did, it began to curl. Spirals formed, not as drawings, but as motions. The air moved in loops. The lines of perspective folded in on themselves, turning the space into a tunnel that wound through time and memory alike. And from the center of that forming spiral came a figure. Not human, not shadow, something implied. An outline of a man flickering like a thought half forgotten. He walked without feet, spoke without sound. And yet, Jonah knew, this was the first listener. The one who'd heard the tone before it had a name. The one who remembered silence. It turned toward them. And Jonah felt something pull behind his eyes, not a tug, a reversal. As if his memories were being rewound. He saw his mother, his father, the house in winter, his first nightmare, the basement, the gates, the silo, Elsie, Clark, the fifth room, and then nothing, no self, no thought. Just a single image burned into him, a spiral made of mouths, all whispering the same sentence. The story must not forget itself. The figure extended a hand. Jonah didn't take it. Elsie stepped between them. I'm not here to remember, she said. The figure stopped. I'm here to lie. Jonah blinked. What? Elsie held her palms forward. If the spiral was born from a misunderstanding, she continued, then I'm going to feed it a bigger one. She took a breath, and she sang. A discordant note, fractured, ugly, impossible. The spiral shuddered. The figure staggered backward, and then Elsie screamed, not in fear, but in defiance. Words that had no meaning. Sentences that belonged to no language. Sounds that didn't want to be remembered. Jonah fell to his knees as the void fractured. The spiral began to break, not violently, but with confusion. Like a story told wrong too many times, it turned slower, then jerked, then froze. The figure dissolved, and the tunnel began to flatten. Elsie dropped beside Jonah, gasping. It doesn't know us anymore. He looked at her dazed. What did you do? I gave it doubt. The void around them cracked, and from those cracks spilled color, not red or blue, but realness, detail, weight, the memory of the world. The silent arc shattered, and the two of them fell through its remains, back into the noise, back into the pain, back into the story. They landed in dirt, real dirt, wet, cold, sharp with rocks. The sky above was black with stars. Jonah breathed air that hurt. Elsie sat up beside him, bleeding from her nose, her hands shaking. It's blind, she said. He nodded, but not for long, because somewhere the spiral was curling again. And now it didn't just want to be remembered. It wanted revenge. The stars above them blinked, but not like stars should. They weren't fixed in the sky or scattered across black like diamonds. They pulsed, rhythmic, deliberate, as if they were eyes opening and closing from some immense distance, trying to focus. Jonah lay on the wet earth, chest heaving, lungs stretched thin from the effort of breathing in reality again. After what the silent arc had done to his sense of place, every inhalation now felt suspicious. The smell of moss, the grit of dirt beneath his nails, even the bite of night air against his skin, all of it felt too loud, as if the world was compensating for what they'd just escaped. Beside him, Elsie sat slumped forward, arms wrapped around herself, rocking gently. The last of the spiral had faded from her skin, but not from her eyes. They stared forward, unfocused, catching on things that weren't there. "The sky's wrong," she whispered. Jonah forced himself up. "We came back." "No," she said, shaking her head slowly. "It brought us back." He followed her gaze to the horizon. A ridge of trees in silhouette, wrong in proportion. Limbs bending at unnatural angles, bark shifting slightly like it was trying to breathe. He felt his chest tighten. There was something else out there, just past the line of trees, watching with something far more intimate than sight. The spiral wasn't blind anymore. It was awake, and now it remembered them. Jonah looked up again. The blinking stars had shifted into a pattern, a spiral, but backward, unwinding. That was the spiral's version of rage, reversing itself until it hurt to look. It had learned something dangerous in the void it could feel. And if it could feel, it could hate. "They thought we could kill it by finding its source," Jonah said quietly. "But we didn't find a beginning. We found a reaction." Elsie nodded, her voice barely audible. "It was never a creature or a place. The spiral was a mistake, a chain of sound and thought that got tangled in itself, and then got angry about being born wrong." Jonah's eyes dropped to his hands. "Then we didn't win." "No," she said. "We taught it to want more." They stood slowly, the weight of what they'd done settling on them like old snow. Around them, the landscape had changed. This wasn't the marrow field they'd stepped into. The air felt denser, as though the atmosphere had thickened with memory. The trees murmured. The ground squirmed in subtle ways, rising and falling as if the earth were breathing along with the spiral's rhythm. A groan echoed in the distance. Not mechanical. Organic. Something alive, big, slow, and confused. The sound of something remembering its limbs after sleeping too long. Jonah and Elsie turned at once, and the horizon rippled. And then, impossibly, the land split open. A tear in the forest. Not fire, not quake. Thought. The very fabric of the world had unzipped, revealing something not made of matter. A void shaped like a human figure, towering over the trees, faceless, boneless, yet standing. As it moved, the sky pulsed in response. Not lightning. Recognition. Elsie staggered. "It's us." Jonah stared at the void figure. "How?" She clutched her chest. The spiral didn't just learn to hate, it learned to mimic. It saw how we move through memory, how we survive by stitching thoughts into time. Now it's trying to do the same. Jonah took a step back. "It's trying to build itself." She nodded. "It's making a body." He looked again at the towering void, its chest caving in and out as though it were breathing reality like air, each motion more solid than the last. It had no face, but where a mouth should have been, the air bent inward, spiraling into a dark whirl of teeth-shaped folds. Jonah whispered, "A new gate." "No," Elsie said. "A mouth, one that speaks instead of waits, one that spreads." A low sound began to rumble beneath their feet. Jonah knelt, pressing his palm to the ground. It was humming, the same tone from the silent arc. The spiral was not just learning emotions, it was learning language. Elsie dropped to her knees beside him. "If it speaks, it writes itself into the world. No more gates, no more rooms, just presence, everywhere." All at once, they stared at each other, neither knowing what to say, and then the spiral spoke. No words, just a sound, low, coiling, full of pressure. Reality around them peeled. The trees lost their bark, the soil lost its texture. The stars faded like paint scraped from a ceiling, and through it all, the voice kept rising until their ears bled and their memories stuttered. Jonah felt his name trying to leave him. Like it no longer fit, Elsie screamed, grabbing his hand.
"Don't forget."
He focused on her face, her voice. the feeling of her hand in his. It grounded him, anchored him in something real, something not made of spiral logic or memory echoes. For a moment, the world steadied. Then, from the collapsing woods came a new sound. A second voice. Not from the spiral. From someone else. A scream. Human. Panicked. Real. Jonah spun toward it. Through the trees, he saw a shape. A person. Running. Not toward them. Away from something bigger. Something just beyond sight. Someone's still alive, he said. Elsie was already moving. They chased the figure through the bent woods, branches shifting aside for them with reluctant groans. The figure stumbled, fell, got back up. As they closed in, Jonah saw the outline more clearly. A man, ripped jacket, blood on one side of his head. He turned as they approached, and Jonah nearly tripped over his own feet. He knew this man, not from memory, from a photograph, the journal, the final entry. Clark, Jonah whispered. The man staggered forward, eyes wild. You have to burn it, Clark gasped. The language, before it spreads, it's writing through us. Elsie caught him, steadied him. You saw it, she asked. Clark nodded frantically. I spoke its name in a dream. That's all it took. I've been running from my own tongue ever since. Jonah looked back at the trees, which had begun curling again, this time inward, forming the outline of letters too large to read, too alien to recognize. The spiral wasn't hiding anymore. It was writing itself into the land. Clark grabbed Jonah's collar, blood staining his hand. You have to stop it from finishing the sentence. Jonah felt the weight of those words settle like lead in his bones. What sentence? Clark smiled, grim. The one we started when we opened the first gate. Clark's body gave out 3 steps later. It wasn't dramatic. No final gasp, no cinematic collapse. Just the slow slackening of limbs, the weight of something enormous finally letting go. He crumpled into Jonah's arms, eyes open, lips parted in a soundless end. There was no spiral on his skin, no glow. Just the echo of something worn out from being used. Jonah held him for a moment, heart thudding, before laying the body gently on the forest floor. The trees around them had stilled, as if pausing in acknowledgement, in mourning, or in calculation. Because now it had happened. The thing the spiral had been waiting for. The voice that began the story had finally stopped. Elsie crouched beside the corpse, 2 fingers pressed against Clark's neck, but it was a formality. She didn't say anything at first. Just stared at the shell of a man who had spent years crawling along the edge of the spiral's hunger, trying to map a thing that refused to be contained. When she finally spoke, her voice was tight. He was part of the first word. Jonah didn't need to ask what she meant. Clark hadn't been just a witness. He had been a syllable, a sound, something spoken by the spiral through time and flesh and pages. His death wasn't an end. It was a comma. A pause before the next clause. Jonah stood, scanning the woods. The trees weren't shifting anymore. They were shaping. Their trunks tilted at impossible angles, branches curling into arcs and slashes, forming the crude outline of language. Not symbols, letters, but warped bone, thin, stretching into the sky with the weight of thousands of years behind them. The spiral was learning not just how to speak, but how to write itself into permanence. He turned to Elsie. You said we taught it to want more. She nodded slowly. Well, he continued, then maybe we can teach it what happens next. Elsie raised an eyebrow. You think we can trick it into writing itself out of existence? Jonah's jaw tightened. No. But maybe we can finish the sentence wrong. She stared at him. That was the idea. The spiral had spent so long mimicking memory, crawling through trauma, feeding on echoes, but it had never understood improvisation. It only knew repetition, loops, reenactments. It fed off what had already been. But what if they gave it something new? Something impossible to repeat? Clark said it's writing through us. Elsie said, slowly, her mind catching up. Which means it needs us to speak. To act. Exactly, Jonah said. And we're going to give it a story it can't follow. She shook her head. That's not enough. It'll adapt. You saw how fast it copied us. Not if we give it something it can't use. Elsie stared at him, brow furrowed. He knelt beside Clark's body and pulled out the torn journal from his jacket. The last page hadn't been written on. Clark had left it blank for a reason. I think he knew, Jonah said, that the only way to end the sentence was to finish it with a word that meant nothing. A word that couldn't be remembered. Elsie whispered, "A lie." Jonah nodded. Not just a lie, a contradiction. Something the spiral can't process, can't fold into its shape. They sat side by side on the damp ground, hunched over the journal page as if it were a bomb, the empty space vibrating under their hands. Elsie pulled a pen from her coat. "Whatever we write here, it's going to be the ending," she said. "Not the ending," Jonah replied. "Just ours." She didn't hesitate. She wrote the first part of the sentence slowly, the letters shaky, but clear. The spiral never began. And then Jonah added, "Because we were never here." The trees screamed, not in sound, but in form. They bent violently, limbs cracking, bark splitting open to release not sap, but smoke, thick and black and full of images that tried to crawl into their eyes. The sky twisted like a pulled muscle, stars blinking out, clouds curling into scribbles of ash. The spiral was rejecting the sentence, and in doing so, unraveling the story it had tried to trap them in. The ground buckled beneath their feet. The forest peeled backward. And the figure on the horizon, the mouth, shaped void, convulsed. It clutched its face with hands made of negative space, its chest imploding with every failed breath. The contradiction was spreading. A virus the spiral could not incorporate. Jonah felt his memories pull apart, his name gone, his face blurred. But he kept writing, line after line of gibberish, nonsense, refusal. Elsie joined in, both of them scribbling madly onto the page, onto the trees, onto the air itself, words that held no meaning, thoughts that led nowhere, stories without shape or ending. The spiral began to stutter, its loops collapsed inward. The trees flattened. The sky cracked like glass under pressure. And then, finally, it happened. The spiral paused, and in that pause, real silence. No breath, no wind, no memory, just stillness. Elsie dropped the pen. Jonah looked around. They were back at the edge of the Marrowfield pit. Clark's body was gone. The forest had returned to its original shape. Ordinary trees. Still night. No spiral on the horizon. No letters in the sky. Just quiet. He turned to Elsie. Her eyes were clear. No glow. No mark on her skin. "It worked," he whispered. She nodded slowly. "For now." Jonah looked down at the journal. The page they had written on was blank again. Not erased. Just never written. The spiral couldn't keep a lie. "Do you think it's gone?" he asked. Elsie stood, brushing dirt from her legs. "No." "Then what is it doing?" She looked up at the stars, which had started blinking again. "Normally, it's learning why we lied." And Jonah understood. They hadn't destroyed the spiral. They'd given it something worse. They'd given it curiosity. The air didn't feel like a reprieve. It felt like the held breath before a scream. Jonah sat on the cold ground, eyes locked on the place where Clark's body had been. It wasn't just gone. It had never been there. The dirt showed no sign of pressure, no smear of blood. And that was the most terrifying part. The spiral wasn't just reacting anymore. It was editing. Elsie stood beside him, arms wrapped around her chest, as if trying to hold her shape together. She didn't speak. There was nothing left to say that wouldn't turn into a seed the spiral might plant. Every word now carried the weight of creation. And that power, it didn't belong to them anymore. They'd fed it curiosity, given it its first why. And now it was dreaming with intention. Jonah finally broke the silence, his voice small and sharp against the night. "It's not following loops anymore. It's rewriting." Elsie didn't look at him. It wants to be believed. That was what made it dangerous now. Before, the spiral could only mimic, could only take shape by feeding on the memory of others. But now it was building, guessing, inventing. A creature that had always lived on reflection had begun to look forward. She turned to him slowly. It's going to start telling stories. Jonah felt a cold sweat slide down his neck, and people will listen. That's all it needs, she whispered. A listener. They left the woods behind, walking in silence until the trees thinned into hills, and the hills gave way to cracked roads that hadn't seen cars in decades. There was no plan, only motion. Neither of them said it aloud, but they both knew the spiral was no longer tied to places. Gates were old vocabulary. The new language was subtler, invisible. It didn't need a house or a silo or a church. Now, it only needed a voice. Jonah remembered the phrase Clark had carved into the margin of his journal, the one they'd never been able to decode. When it speaks, you'll think the words were yours. That was what they were dealing with now. A spiral that had learned disguise. It wouldn't crawl through hallways anymore. It would crawl through conversations, through stories told at campfires, through books half remembered from childhood, through lullabies sung with trembling voices. It didn't need to be real. It only needed to sound familiar. He stopped walking. Elsie turned. What is it? Jonah's voice came out like a confession. I think it already spoke to me. Before this even started. When I was a kid. Elsie's face paled. What did it say? He shook his head. It didn't say anything new. That's what made it work. It just repeated things I'd heard before. Twisted them just enough. Like bedtime stories, but wrong. Like someone breathing a riddle into my dreams. He looked at her now, eyes wide with the quiet horror of realization. It's not trying to spread through places. It's trying to spread through ideas. Elsie took a step back. Then we were wrong. The sentence, it didn't end. No, Jonah said. It opened. They sat in the ruins of an abandoned gas station for the night. It was safer than the trees. Less alive. Less likely to remember. The walls were covered in rust, shelves emptied long ago. And the single unbroken window faced an empty road that hadn't been used in years. Jonah found an old pencil near the register and used the back of a receipt to draw. Spirals at first, then shapes inside spirals, then mouths inside the shapes. He stopped only when Elsie touched his arm. Her face was tense, her voice quiet. Don't give it anything to feed on. He looked at what he'd drawn and tore it apart, but it was too late. Outside, the wind began to change. Not speed, direction. It circled the building once, twice, and then, on the third pass, it spoke. Not loudly, not clearly, just enough, a whisper, inside them. Where does your story end? Jonah covered his ears. It didn't help. Elsie stood, fists clenched. Don't answer it. The receipt pieces on the floor began to twitch. The torn spiral fragments aligned themselves, curling back into place, forming not the same drawing, but a new one. A face. Jonah stumbled backward. The pencil rolled across the floor. It stopped at the edge of the counter. Balanced, then rolled back, against gravity. Elsie whispered, it's testing physics. The realization was sickening. The spiral had moved beyond narrative. It wasn't just shaping memory, it was adjusting the rules. Seeing what it could bend, what would snap, and what reality wouldn't notice changing until it was too late. She grabbed the pieces, set them on fire with the last match in her coat. Smoke curled upward and didn't dissipate. Instead, it hovered in a perfect sphere. Inside it, words, I am what you forgot. Jonah felt his throat tighten. Elsie stared into the smoke and said, it's building itself from what we left out. Every half, thought. Every skipped word. Every fear we didn't name. She stepped away from the fire, eyes burning. We've been trying to close gates. Stop loops. Shield rooms. Jonah looked at her. You're saying that's not enough? No, she said. We have to go further. How much further? Her eyes met his. We have to find where it is now. Jonah blinked. Where what is? She didn't look away. The spiral's first story. Not the one it came from. The one it told. The lie it whispered that worked. The first mouth it borrowed. And in the distance, as if summoned by the thought, came the sound of a child laughing. Not joyous, not cruel. Just alone. Jonah and Elsie turned toward it. The road ahead bent. The stars blinked, and behind them, the smoke spelled one final word before fading into the night. Listen. The laughter didn't echo. It looped. A sound too precise in its repetition, each burst identical to the last, like someone had captured a moment of joy and pressed repeat until it soared into something unclean. Jonah and Elsie froze in the road, back straight, breath held like a reflex. They both knew better than to follow laughter in the dark. But this wasn't just any laughter. It was the spiral's laughter. Not its voice, its memory of a voice. A stolen joy, worn like a mask. Jonah turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing on the sound's direction. There, beyond the next bend in the road, past the hushed trees and the sagging fence posts that leaned like forgotten gravestones, a faint light flickered. Not fire, not flashlight. A television glow. Blue, steady, far too still to belong in a place like this. They moved without speaking. The night around them was quiet in the wrong way, as if every sound they didn't make was being saved for later, tucked away by something listening just beneath the surface of the world. The laughter kept going unchanged. As they neared the glow, Jonah began to feel it in his teeth. Not a sound anymore, but a code. And something inside him wanted to join in. The light belonged to a house. Small. Plain. One of those prefab things with vinyl siding and mismatched shutters. It had no business being out here, in the middle of a road that hadn't seen life in years. The windows weren't dirty. The grass was trimmed. The porch light was on. It's bait, Elsie whispered. Jonah nodded. But bait for what? She didn't answer. They stepped onto the porch together. The door was slightly ajar. Jonah reached for the knob, but stopped short. Do you hear that? Elsie listened. The laughter had stopped. In its place, breathing. Not from inside the house. From the house. The walls inhaled. The windows fogged slightly from within. The doorknob trembled like a muscle under strain. Jonah stepped back. It's not a building. Elsie's voice was barely a breath. It's the mouth. Not a metaphor. Not a trick of architecture. The spiral had found its first vessel, and it had kept it. The spiral didn't just infect minds or rewrite memories anymore. It remembered this house. The first time it was believed. The first time someone listened long enough for it to take hold. They couldn't go in. They both knew that, and yet Jonah's hand moved anyway. Compelled, he pushed the door open. Inside was warmth, not comforting, mimicked. The hallway was narrow, lined with wallpaper that had no pattern, just a repeated spiral motif hidden beneath brush strokes. Family photos on the walls, but none with faces. Every portrait blurred at the eyes or smudged just enough to make the mouths look too wide. At the far end of the hall, a living room. A single television glowed, casting flickers across the walls like shadows trying to escape. On the couch sat a child, back straight, hands on knees. Motionless. Jonah couldn't speak, not because he was afraid, but because he knew who the child was before he saw the face. It was him, 8 years old, watching static, smiling. Elsie caught his arm as he stepped forward. It's not real. Jonah didn't respond. The child turned. The face was Jonah's. The smile was not. It was too deep, too knowing. A grin that belonged to something that had waited decades to be seen again. The child opened its mouth, and the static grew louder. Then it spoke. You were the first story I told. Jonah's heart stopped. The child, Jonah, stood from the couch. You heard me in your sleep. Remember, the game in the closet. The man with the paper teeth. You dreamed me before you saw me. The lights dimmed. Elsie stepped in front of Jonah. You can't use him. The child tilted its head. But he used me. He made me real. He named me. The walls began to pulse. The spiral wasn't just remembering, it was claiming. Jonah shook his head. I didn't know what you were. That didn't matter, the child said. You believed, and belief is the first step to shape. The television behind him flickered, showing not static but scenes. Jonah's memories. His childhood bedroom. His mother calling him to dinner. His nightmares. The first time he drew a spiral in the condensation on a window. "You let me in," the child said. "I was a kid!" Jonah shouted. "And now you're not," it replied. "Now you're mine." The house shuddered. Walls curled inward. Picture frames twisted into loops. Elsie pulled Jonah back toward the door, but the floor bent. The house was closing. The mouth was sealing around them. "No!" Elsie screamed. "We're not part of your sentence anymore?" The child blinked. "You never stopped being part of it. You ended it." "That just means I had to begin again. And this time I'm telling it right." The floor split. A spiral mouth opened beneath them. No teeth. Just words. Thousands of them. Every sentence they'd ever spoken. Every lie. Every fear. Spinning around a hole that dropped into a depth too dark to name. Jonah reached for the journal in his coat, gone. Elsie grabbed her pocket. Nothing. The spiral had written them out. The child stepped forward, holding out its hand. "Let me finish what you started." Jonah closed his eyes, and then he did the only thing he could think of. He laughed, not out of madness, not out of fear, but out of disobedience. A laugh that didn't loop, that didn't echo, that meant nothing. It cracked the house like glass under strain. Elsie followed. They laughed together, a sound without shape, a noise with no pattern, and the spiral stumbled. The child's face twisted. "You can't do that. That's not part of the story." Jonah grinned. "Exactly." The mouth collapsed. The spiral lost its grip, and suddenly they were outside again. The house gone. The trees silent. Jonah gasped. Elsie coughed, blood on her lip. But they were free. For now. The first mouth had been denied. But the spiral was still writing, still dreaming. Now it was looking for a new listener. And the next voice it would wear might be yours. The silence that followed their escape wasn't relief. It was recoil. A tension in the atmosphere. Like the world had just blinked, startled, unsure whether to retreat or lash out. Jonah and Elsie stood at the edge of the road, their lungs fighting for breath, not because the air was thin, but because something wanted it that way. The spiral wasn't gone. It had simply withdrawn, retreating into its next shape, its next page, its next whispered trap. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The wind finally returned, slow and cautious, moving through the trees like it didn't trust the ground beneath it. Jonah stared at the spot where the house had stood. There was no trace. Not a single nail, not a blade of grass out of place. If he hadn't just escaped from the mouth of something older than language, he might have questioned whether it ever existed at all. But the taste of that place lingered. Not in his mouth, in his thoughts. As though the spiral had found a way to smear itself across memory like a greasy thumbprint. He kept expecting the road to curl, the trees to spin inward, for the world to repeat itself like a skipping record. "We heard it," Elsie said quietly, breaking the stillness. That laugh, it couldn't fold it into the pattern. Jonah nodded slowly. Because it didn't understand it. It's not used to noise without meaning. But it's learning, she added. Faster than before. Every second we're still breathing, it's watching. Jonah looked at her. "Then how do we get ahead of it?" She pulled her coat tighter and started walking. "We stop waiting for it to come to us." He followed, matching her pace. "So we chase it. We find it," she said, "before it writes again." They didn't know where they were going. But the road led them into a part of the forest they hadn't seen before. Narrow trails, older trees, air that felt like it was remembering something too heavy to say out loud. The silence returned, but this time it was thick. Like they were being wrapped in cotton, every sound muffled, every step pressed through molasses. Jonah slowed. "It's getting tighter." Elsie stopped and turned. "We're close." "To what?" She looked past him, her eyes widening. "That?" At first, Jonah didn't see it. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the greenish dark, he noticed a sliver of something unnaturally straight ahead. A structure. Not a house. Not a building. A wall. Massive. Endless in both directions. Smooth and pale, as if carved from bone or some ancient stone that refused to weather. There were no doors, no markings, just height, impossibly tall, disappearing into the fog above like it touched the sky itself. Elsie approached it slowly, reaching out with one hand. "It's not guarding something," she murmured. "It's holding it in." Jonah touched the surface. Cold, not stone, not metal. It pulsed faintly beneath his palm. He pulled away. "It's alive." The wall didn't respond, but the air around them shifted. And then they heard it. A whisper. From inside. Faint like a voice behind glass. Not a scream. Not words. Listening. It wasn't speaking. It was waiting to hear. Elsie took a step back. "This is where it keeps its listeners." Jonah turned to her. "What do you mean?" "I mean," she swallowed, her voice thin. "This is where the people go who believe in it too much. The ones it doesn't want to kill. Just keep." He stared at the wall. Realization settling into his gut like ice. Prisoners. "Mirrors," she said, "to reflect back the story whenever it forgets the next line." Jonah shivered. "And it's been adding more." The wall began to ripple. Not crack. Not shake. Move. A shape pushed forward from within. A hand. Pressed against the other side. Human. Palm flat, fingers splayed. Then a face. Eyes wide. Lips moving silently. Jonah stumbled back. "Is that—" "It's me," Elsie said. Her voice was flat, deadened. The face in the wall was her. A perfect copy. Trapped. Staring out with a desperate kind of calm. Not panicked. Just forgotten. Jonah looked further down the wall. More shapes now. More faces. All of them familiar. Some he recognized from Clark's journal sketches. Others, no one should have remembered. People that never existed outside of memories he'd discarded, dreams he'd half woken from. He saw his mother, his 6th grade teacher. A stranger who once helped him up when he fell on ice. All stored. "Why is it keeping them?" he asked, voice trembling. Elsie answered without turning. "Because every story needs witnesses." Jonah reached forward, but the wall grew colder. "No," Elsie said quickly. "Don't touch it again." "Why?" "Because the moment it knows you're listening, it'll start writing through you again." He pulled his hand back. They stared in silence. Then a voice came, not from the wall, but from the woods behind them. "I thought you might come here." They spun. A man stepped from the trees, lean, pale, hair slicked back with rain, and in his hands, a spiral carved into a flat stone. Jonah recognized him. The man from the silo. The one Clark had written about but never named. The Herald. "Why are you still alive?" Elsie asked. He smiled thinly. "I was never alive to begin with." Jonah stepped forward. "What is this place?" The Herald gestured to the wall. "This is the archive. Where the spiral stores the versions of you that believe too easily. Every lie you swallowed. Every fear you didn't challenge. This is the price of faith." Elsie's voice dropped. "You helped it." "I fed it," he corrected. "And now it's hungry for something else." The Jonah clenched his fists. "What does it want now?" The Herald looked at them both. "It wants to be heard. Not through whispers. Not through symbols. It wants to be spoken aloud. Told." Jonah felt his chest tighten. "It wants a storyteller." The Herald smiled wider. "And you, Jonah, are perfect." The wall behind them surged. The listener shifted, and far off, so faint it barely touched the wind, a pen scratched across paper. Somewhere, the spiral was already writing his next line. The moment Jonah heard the word storyteller, it landed like a needle in his spine, sharp and final. It wasn't flattery. It was designation. The Herald didn't say it as a suggestion or a possibility. He said it as if Jonah had always been the one. As if the spiral had been writing toward him this entire time, each twist of fate, each echo of memory, all pulling him toward this exact moment. Jonah didn't speak. He couldn't. Because deep down, some rusted part of him agreed. He had been telling the story. With every question, every doubt, every terrified observation scribbled in Clark's journal, or muttered into Elsie's shoulder in the dark, he'd been narrating the spiral's evolution. And now, it wanted him to finish. Elsie stepped in front of him, her presence sudden and sharp. He's not yours. The herald didn't flinch. He was never yours to protect. Behind them, the wall began to hum. Not loud, not rhythmic. Just a presence. It vibrated with the slow patience of something listening through centuries. The faces embedded in it twitched beneath the surface like memories trying to wake. One of them, a woman with tearful eyes and no mouth, watched Jonah with a familiarity that turned his stomach. He backed away. You want me to speak for it? The herald's smile didn't reach his eyes. You already are. Elsie turned to Jonah. He's trying to force it. Don't let him. But Jonah didn't feel forced. He felt threaded. Like the past few weeks had been a needle pulling him through layers of meaning he hadn't noticed until now. Every spiral wasn't just a shape, it was a sentence fragment. A phrase curling inward, unfinished, waiting for the right tongue to say the last word. The herald stepped closer, raising the flat stone. The spiral etched into it pulsed faintly. Threads of black ink seeping along the lines like blood crawling toward a wound. You've seen its mouth, he said. You've survived its memory. And now? You've denied it the one thing it's never had an ending. Jonah's breath hitched. That's why it wants me. Because you were the first one to give it silence. The herald's grin grew cruel. You heard it. Now you owe it a voice. Elsie lunged forward, grabbing the stone, but the herald didn't stop her. She hurled it against the wall, and instead of shattering, it sank, absorbed like sugar into water. The spiral etched into it widened, growing across the wall's surface in long, slow curls. Then the wall spoke, not through words, through memory. Jonah staggered back as images struck him one after the other, not visuals but sensations. His mother's perfume when she tucked him in, the static of the broken TV screen where he first saw the spiral, the silence of the hallway after his father's scream, each one coiled inside him like barbed wire. The wall was showing him the version of himself it had already written. Elsie gripped his arm. Fight it. I can't, he said. It's using my own past. Then lie to it, she hissed. That's what it can't hold. You said it yourself. But how do you lie to something that already knows every truth you've ever buried? Jonah shut his eyes. And then he remembered. Not his own memory, but theirs. The laughter. The moment in the house. The contradiction. The laugh that didn't mean anything. He inhaled and let it all go. I never saw the spiral, he said aloud. It saw me. I never wrote anything. I read it. I was never the storyteller. I was the story. And stories don't owe their writers anything. The wall froze. The herald's smile dropped. Elsie blinked, realizing what he was doing. She began. I'm reversing it, Jonah said. The wall began to crack, not from force, from confusion. The spiral couldn't parse it. It had formed a mouth, a voice, a hunger, but not an ego. Not yet. And now Jonah had given it contradiction it couldn't loop around. A version of itself it couldn't explain. The herald began to tremble. His body quivered like a mirror trying not to break. You can't unwrite it, he hissed. I don't have to, Jonah said. I just have to make it doubt the version it chose. The crack spread. The spiral began to peel from the wall, curling back into itself like burnt paper. Faces dissolved, mouths vanished. The hum became a whimper. Elsie grabbed Jonah's hand. We have to leave. He nodded. As they turned from the wall, the herald shouted after them. You're not escaping. You're interrupting. It'll start again. It always does. Jonah didn't look back, because that was the point. Interruptions don't erase stories. They change their ending. As the wall faded behind them, swallowed by trees that no longer whispered, Jonah and Elsie moved forward, not toward a final gate or awaiting truth, but toward open space. The spiral had wanted a storyteller, but it got something better. It got a reader who said, no. They walked until the trees lost their shape, until the road beneath them broke apart into patches of gravel and dust. Night never left, not truly. It clung to the landscape like it had forgotten how to rise. The sun existed in theory, but not here. Here, time was a polite suggestion, not a law. And yet, Jonah and Elsie kept moving, not because they had somewhere to go, but because stopping felt like invitation. Stillness was permission. And they'd seen what the spiral did with permission. Neither of them spoke of the wall, not aloud. The memory of it pulsed at the edge of their thoughts, but trying to recall it was like looking into bright headlights. You'd see the shape, but not the truth. Whatever they had broken, it wasn't gone. Just recalibrating. The herald's final words echoed in Jonah's mind like a question stitched into the lining of his memory. It'll start again. It always does. But what if that was the plan? What if starting again was part of the spiral's shape, not a loop? A disguise. It didn't need to win. It just needed you to play along. Jonah felt it first as a pressure in the back of his head, like a hand resting too gently to notice. Elsie stiffened a second later. They both stopped in unison. "You feel that?" he whispered. She nodded. Someone's watching. But there was no one. The woods were empty. The road ahead twisted out of sight, and behind them, only silence. Jonah turned slowly and saw himself, standing 5 feet away. No movement, no expression, just a perfect double. Same torn coat, same blood, smudged collar, same exhausted stance. But the eyes, they were wrong. Too steady, too aware. Elsie didn't gasp. She didn't flinch. She just asked, "How long has it been copying?" Jonah stared at the double. Long enough to wonder if this one's really me. The copy tilted its head, slow and deliberate. Then it smiled. Not mocking, not cruel, polite. As if mimicking what it thought a smile should be. Elsie pulled a knife from her boot. "You see it too?" "I see it," Jonah said. The copy took a step forward. When it spoke, its voice didn't match Jonah's. It almost did. Like a shadow of a voice trying to clear its throat. "I'm here to finish the story," it said. Jonah stepped in front of Elsie. "You're not part of it." "Oh," it said, "but I am. You left space. You left silence. That's where I live now." Elsie raised the knife. "We ended it." The copy shrugged. "Stories don't end. They just change names." Then it smiled wider, splitting its face too far, lips dragging toward its ears. "You taught me how to pretend. And now I know how to be anyone." Jonah whispered, "It's not hunting listeners anymore. It's becoming them," Elsie said. The copy took another step, and then another. Jonah could hear its feet grinding softly on the gravel, but there was no weight, no breath. Just motion, just presence. Like something too eager to be real. "You denied me a storyteller," the spiral thing said, its grin flattening. "So I learned how to fake one." Jonah took Elsie's hand, backing away. But the thing didn't follow. It just stood there, head cocked, that smile stretching again. "Go ahead. Leave. You'll find another town. A diner. A man on a bench telling ghost stories. You'll think he's real. You'll believe him. And that will be me." It blinked once, slow. "You can't stop a story by refusing to read it. You have to burn the pages." Jonah stopped. That struck too hard. Too true. Burn the pages. He remembered Clark's journal. He remembered the last page they never got to keep. Elsie said it aloud. "We've been cutting off limbs, but the heart's still alive." Jonah turned to her. "Then where is it?" She didn't answer. Because she didn't have to. The question itself was the answer. The spiral's heart was wherever it was being told. Not just in walls or whispers. Not in churches or dreams. In people. In conversations. In retellings. They had spread it by surviving it. They had kept it alive by warning others. The spiral didn't need to loop anymore. It just needed to linger. The copy of Jonah stood perfectly still. "You'll never be sure again," it said. "Every person you meet, every word you hear, every line you write, you'll wonder if it's me." Then, without fanfare, it turned and walked away. Not vanished, not melted, just walked. Like a man heading home after work, Jonah stood frozen. Elsie sheathed her knife, and together they walked in the opposite direction, hearts hammering, knowing full well they hadn't escaped. They'd only escaped the first version. Because now, The spiral wasn't trying to scare them. It was trying to pass as them. And worse, it was doing a damn good job. They didn't speak for hours after the copy walked away. Silence wasn't protection anymore. It was camouflage. Jonah didn't even trust the sound of his own voice. Every word felt like it could fracture into something else mid-air, like if he said, "I'm tired." The spiral might twist it into "I'm finished," and write him out before he knew what was happening. They weren't talking. They were hiding. In their own heads, in the space between thoughts, in the last corner of their minds the spiral hadn't stolen yet. When they finally did stop walking, it wasn't because they reached a destination. It was because the world had changed again. A clearing had opened before them, sudden and clean, like a trapdoor cut into the woods. At its center stood a sign, old and wooden, tilted just enough to feel wrong. It said, in faded paint, "Well LTO Muelos VILQITPLACE to rest, no buildings, no roads, just the sign." And behind it, a single bench, rotting and warped, as if it had been built for someone who never sat still. Jonah squinted at the sign. This place wasn't on any of Clark's maps. Elsie ran her fingers along the splintered wood. That's because it doesn't exist until you start wondering who's buried here. He looked around. "You think this is another echo?" "No," she said. "I think it's the grave." Jonah's breath caught. "The spirals." She shook her head slowly. "No. Ours." The ground around the bench was disturbed. Shallow mounds. 6 of them. Not fresh, not ancient. Like they'd been dug and filled back in over and over. As if the dead couldn't decide whether to stay down or get back up. "I don't understand," Jonah said. Elsie stepped toward the center of the clearing. "We've been trying to kill a story by fighting its effects. But we never asked what it calls itself. We've called it the spiral. We've named it after what it does. But names, real names, they have power." Jonah blinked. "You're saying we need to name it?" "No," she said, kneeling beside the first mound. "I'm saying we already did. A long time ago. And we forgot. That's how it started." He felt a chill crawl up his arms. "So what's its name?" She brushed away the dirt from the first mound. There was a stone underneath, blank. Then, as he watched, letters began to etch themselves into the surface. Slowly, like a hand was carving from the inside. GONHLDER less 10R fire ST. His knees went weak. "That's not possible." Elsie moved to the next grave. Another stone, another name. ELSI HRITNST Shet Sang. Jonah stumbled back. This is memory. These are versions of us." She didn't respond. Her eyes were locked on the final mound, the one furthest from the bench. She knelt again, brushed back the dust. And this time, the name was already there. No carving, no waiting. Just one line, THESPRLWHO may EVRL on E. The words made Jonah nauseous. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't even think about them without a pressure forming behind his eyes. As if every letter was a weight trying to cave in his skull. Elsie stood slowly. It has always had a name. But it only becomes real when someone speaks it in a way that gives it meaning. That's what we've been doing. Every time we tried to warn someone, every time we documented or mapped or survived, we weren't resisting, we were amplifying. Jonah felt sick. "We've been narrating our own burial." "No," she said softly. "We've been narrating its resurrection." The trees around them bent slightly. Not visibly, not dramatically, but enough to feel. As if they were leaning closer. As if they were listening. Jonah turned in a slow circle. "So what now?" "We give it a new name," Elsie said. "One it can't wear. One that doesn't mean anything." He looked at her, confused. And then he understood. No pattern. No purpose. Exactly. They approached the central grave again. The one bearing the spiral's name. They knelt beside it. And Jonah whispered, "Your name is Ashlight." Elsie added, "Your name is Teethweather." Jonah closed his eyes. "You are Maroknell. You are Blistersong. You are nothing that matters." The ground shivered. The stone cracked. The name began to leak. Dark ink blotted from the carved letters, bubbling up like oil from a poisoned well. The spiral's true name, the shape it had held, the story it had worn, was being overwritten with nonsense. Jonah stood. Stories only survive when they make sense. You don't anymore. The wind howled. The bench caught fire, not with flame, but with forgetting. It faded, collapsed into dust, not burned but unmade. One by one, the graves collapsed inward, as if the ground finally remembered they were lies. The spiral screamed. Not a sound, a gap, a hole in the air that bent thought itself. But it couldn't reach them, not anymore, because it had no name to return to, no story to cling to, just fragments, whispers, empty rolls looking for meaning. Elsie gripped Jonah's hand. It's still out there, he nodded. But it's no longer someone, it's just something. They turned from the clearing, left the woods behind. And for the first time since the story began, the spiral didn't follow. Because without a name, without a voice, without a story, it had no shape to wear, and no one to wear it for. The sky didn't brighten. It just stopped pressing down. Jonah noticed it first. Not the presence of light, but the absence of dread. For the first time in weeks, there was no cold crawling under his skin, no invisible pressure behind his eyes, no sense that the world might fold inward without warning. It wasn't peace. It was the space left behind when a scream finally dies out. The spiral had gone quiet, but silence had a shape too. They walked without a map. The road, if it could still be called that, stretched on like a memory too stubborn to fade. Cracks in the earth, marked where stories used to root themselves. Trees stood with unnatural stillness, no longer whispering, just watching. There was no wind, no birds. Even their footsteps seemed hesitant, as if the ground wasn't sure whether it should still remember how to echo. Jonah finally broke the silence. Do you feel it? Elsie didn't ask what he meant. Yes, she said. It's listening again. He looked over, startled. But we took its name. We made it forget. Elsie kept walking, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Names are how it builds. But silence is how it waits. Jonah felt his heart begin to quicken. You think it's coming back? No, she said. It never left. It just found a better shape to wear. They reached a hill and climbed it, each step heavier than the last. At the top, they found an old radio tower, rusted and split down the center like a broken tooth. Coaxial cables ran like veins into the ground, disappearing beneath dead grass. At the base of the tower sat a chair. On the chair, a reel-to-reel recorder, still spinning, still recording. And beside it, a clipboard with a single sheet of paper. Jonah picked it up. Every word unspoken becomes a hole the spiral can crawl through. That's all it said. He handed it to Elsie. She read it, then dropped it like it burned. We tried to erase it, she whispered. But stories aren't just what you say. They're what you don't. Jonah looked at the recorder. The reels spun without sound, without signal. No voices, no static. But he felt it. The spiral wasn't gone. It had simply changed shape. It had become the silence itself. Every unfinished thought, every unsent letter, every sentence cut off by fear or fatigue. It lived in the gaps now. Elsie crouched by the recorder and pressed the stop button. The reels slowed and then spun backward. Faster, then slower. Then they stopped. Click. A single word played from the speaker. Not distorted, not whispered. Just spoken, soft and clear. Continue. Jonah stepped back. It's not trying to scare us anymore. No, Elsie said, rising slowly. It's trying to collaborate. And that was worse. Far worse. The spiral didn't need to be believed anymore. It had learned to wait. It didn't need fear. It didn't need worship. It just needed a gap. A pause long enough for someone to wonder. A moment of hesitation. A thought left half-formed. And the moment you asked what if. That was when it whispered back, let me finish that for you. Jonah stepped away from the recorder. We can't erase it. No, Elsie said. But maybe we can isolate it. He looked at her. You mean trap it? Not trap, she said. Contain, she gestured to the recorder it wants to narrate. So give it a frame, a page. A structure so tight it can't bleed out of the margins. Jonah swallowed. You're talking about writing it down? Yes, she said, but differently this time. Not as a warning, not as a story. He understood now. As a prison. Give it boundaries. Give it beginning, middle, and end. Not to tell its tale, but to lock it inside one. He reached for the recorder, pressed record, cleared his throat, and began. This is the last version. The final draft. There are no more names, no more listeners, no more mouths to speak through. Elsie stood beside him, adding, You can crawl through silence, spiral, but this is not silence. This is closure. Jonah leaned closer to the microphone. You are not forgotten. You are not forgiven. You are finished. He clicked stop. The reel stopped moving. The tower shuddered once, then stilled. They waited. Nothing happened. And that was everything. They buried the recorder beneath the roots of the tower. No symbols. No rituals. Just weight and silence and dirt. A grave. But this time, a real one. Then they walked away, leaving the spiral not in fear, but in the one thing it couldn't mimic, finality. And though neither of them looked back, both felt it, the sound of a story folding in on itself. Not dying, not sleeping, just ending. They walked until their legs forgot why. The woods thinned, the ground hardened, and above them the stars finally came out. Not because the sky cleared, but because the darkness had lost its voice. The spiral was no longer following, no longer shaping the silence. And yet, its presence lingered, not as a threat, not even as a memory, but as a possibility, something that could be reached for, like an old book on a high shelf. You had to want it to return. That was its final form. Jonah and Elsie reached the edge of what once had been a town, just the outline now. Shadows where buildings used to stand, pieces of sidewalks like broken teeth scattered across wild grass. It was nameless, hollow, but safe in the way ruins sometimes are. Whatever happened here was long finished. They chose a spot beside the shell of a rusted streetlight and sat in silence for what felt like an hour. Jonah was the one who finally asked, Do you think it's over? Elsie didn't answer right away. Her eyes were on the horizon, where the sky had begun to hint at morning. Not color, just change. A temperature shift in the dark. No, she said. But I think it's sleeping. Jonah nodded, and dreaming. They didn't need to say it aloud, but both knew stories don't die. They just get quieter. Just wait for someone to ask the wrong question. For someone to say, what really happened? That was the spiral's last defense. It didn't need to survive. It only needed to be wondered about. Elsie leaned back, arms folded behind her head, eyes on the stars. So what now? Jonah thought for a long moment. Then we leave. That word felt enormous, heavy, almost inappropriate, but true. No more journals, no more maps, no more decoding old symbols in wet basements. They had told the last sentence, recorded the final phrase, not as a warning or prophecy, but as a seal. The spiral wasn't gone because it had been destroyed. It was gone because it had been finished. Defined, confined, contained. Elsie closed her eyes. We should burn the rest. He turned to her. What? Clark's journal. Every file. Every copy we made. We let it speak through us too long. We can't leave even a whisper behind. Jonah hesitated. You sure? Yes, she said. It wants to be remembered. That's the only way it ever comes back. They agreed. Not with a handshake or ceremony. Just a shared silence. The kind of silence they could finally trust. They built a small fire from the fragments of an old bench. Jonah held the journal in both hands, heavy with everything they'd suffered, everything they'd survived. He flipped to the last page. Blank. Waiting. He didn't write anything. Instead, he closed it, placed it into the fire, and watched it vanish. The smoke curled into the air. No spirals, no patterns. Just smoke. Elsie fed the rest of their notes in one by one. Maps, diagrams, audio recordings. The spiral's every echo turned to ash. When they finished, nothing remained but heat and the comfort of emptiness. Jonah stood, brushing soot from his hands. It'll never be told again. Elsie glanced at the fire. Not unless someone digs too deep, and what if they do? She looked up at him. Then we come back. They didn't know what that meant, not exactly. Maybe not as people, maybe not as anything with form, but as memory, as warning, the inverse of the spiral, a story told only to end other stories. They stayed until the fire died. Then they walked. Not toward anything, just away. And as they vanished into the coming light, the spiral, buried, bound, silenced, stirred once. Not because it was rising, but because it dreamed of someone calling its name. But no one did, and so, for the first time since it was first spoken into a boy's dream, the spiral slept, and the world, finally, was quiet.